What if history, real history, starts long before the first civilizations, the first tools, the first names? Before anything walked the land, the Earth was a very different place. Hostile, violent, alive with energy. A planet shaped by fire, storms, and endless time. And yet, somehow, life found a way. The origin of life on Earth is one of the most intriguing questions in science. Scientists believe that life began in the ocean around 3 to 4 billion years ago. The prevailing theory is that life started from simple molecules that gradually became more complex. Picture the early Earth, a hot, volcanic landscape filled with diverse chemicals, with lightning storms and volcanic eruptions providing a powerful source of energy. The idea known as abiogenesis suggests that these simple molecules combined under specific conditions to form the first living organisms. One key piece of evidence supporting this theory comes from laboratory experiments. Scientists have simulated the conditions of early Earth and shown how certain organic compounds can form from simple gases when exposed to energy, like sparks from lightning. These compounds are the building blocks of life. Another important piece of evidence lies in the study of ancient rocks and minerals. Some of the earliest fossils, tiny structures found in ancient stone, display similarities to modern microorganisms, suggesting a common ancestry. Along with these fossils, researchers have also discovered organic molecules in meteorites, pointing to the possibility that the ingredients for life may not only exist on Earth, but throughout the cosmos. Furthermore, the genetic code found in all living organisms shows remarkable consistency, hinting at a shared origin. This universality suggests that life, as we know it, descended from a common ancestor. While the specifics of how life began remain shrouded in mystery, these lines of evidence together create a compelling narrative of life's emergence from the complex dance of chemistry in Earth's early oceans. The primordial soup is a fascinating concept that describes the early Earth's environment, rich in organic compounds. Picture a warm, shallow pool filled with a mix of water, gases, and various chemical substances. This environment was crucial in the early stages of life because it provided the building blocks needed for living organisms to emerge. In this soup, essential elements like carbon, hydrogen, nitrogen, and oxygen combined in different ways, creating more complex molecules. Imagine these molecules interacting and bonding like a dance, forming amino acids, which are the protein's building blocks, and other organic compounds necessary for life. Scientists believe that energy sources, such as lightning strikes or volcanic activity, could have triggered these chemical reactions, making the pool a hotbed for creating life's fundamental elements. Over time, some of these molecules began to organize themselves into cell-like structures. This process is thought to be an important step in evolution, as these simple cells developed the ability to replicate themselves. With time, through countless changes and adaptations, these primitive life forms evolved into the diverse species we see today. Thus, the primordial soup played a vital role by providing the right ingredients and conditions for life to emerge, acting as a nurturing cradle for the first biological processes that eventually led to complex organisms. Billions of years ago, the Earth was a very different place. Its atmosphere was thick with gases like carbon dioxide, ammonia, and methane, which were produced by volcanic activity and other geological processes. This early atmosphere lacked oxygen, making it uninhabitable for most life forms we know today. Instead, this hostile environment set the stage for the very first life to emerge. During this time, the planet was enveloped in vast oceans teeming with simple chemical compounds. These oceans acted as a cradle for life, allowing molecules to combine in a variety of ways. Energy from lightning and the sun sparked reactions that gave rise to the first simple life forms, like bacteria and archaea. These organisms were incredibly resilient, thriving in conditions that would be lethal for many species today. As life began to flourish, it had a significant impact on the atmosphere. Microorganisms engaged in photosynthesis, a process that uses sunlight to convert carbon dioxide into energy while releasing oxygen as a byproduct. Over millions of years, their activity gradually filled the atmosphere with oxygen. This monumental shift led to what is known as the Great Oxidation Event, changing the Earth's climate and paving the way for more complex life forms. With more oxygen in the atmosphere, organisms began to evolve rapidly. The climatic conditions also changed, leading to cooler temperatures and new ecosystems developing. The diversity of life expanded dramatically, giving rise to plants and animals that would eventually adapt to living on land. The early atmosphere, with its thick blanket of gases, was crucial in nurturing the first stirrings of life and catalyzing the sequences of evolutionary events that would lead to the rich tapestry of life we see on Earth today. Stromatolites are fascinating structures that offer us a unique glimpse into ancient life on Earth. These layered formations, created by the activity of microorganisms, primarily cyanobacteria, provide important evidence about the planet's early environments. As these tiny organisms grew, they trapped sediments and formed mats over time, resulting in the distinctive layered appearance we see in stromatolites today. By studying stromatolites, scientists can piece together important information about Earth's past. One key aspect is their age. Some stromatolites date back more than 3 billion years, making them some of the oldest known fossils. This timeline allows researchers to understand the conditions on Earth when early life was beginning to develop. The presence of these structures indicates that photosynthetic microorganisms were actively shaping their environment, which had a significant impact on the composition of the atmosphere by producing oxygen. Additionally, stromatolites thrive in shallow marine environments, which helps scientists infer the types of ecosystems that existed in ancient seas. By examining the morphology, or shape, and the biological activity captured in these structures, researchers can deduce how life interacted with the surrounding environment over millions of years. This insight is not just valuable for understanding biological evolution, but also for reconstructing ancient climate conditions. Stromatolites act as a biological record, allowing us to trace the development of life from simple microorganisms to more complex forms. They are reminders of how life evolved in response to changing environments and paved the way for the diverse ecosystems we see today. By studying them, we gain a deeper appreciation of the resilience and adaptability of life on our planet throughout its history. The Archean Eon, spanning from around 4 billion years ago to about 2.5 billion years ago, was a dynamic time in Earth's history, laying the foundation for life as we know it today. One of the most significant events of this period was the formation of the first stable continental landmasses. These landmasses provided new habitats for life, allowing microorganisms to colonize land in ways that had not been possible before. Another key development was the emergence of prokaryotic life, particularly bacteria and archaea. These simple, single-celled organisms were crucial because they were the first forms of life on Earth. Their ability to harness energy from sunlight or chemical reactions enabled them to thrive in diverse environments. One notable group, cyanobacteria, evolved the ability to perform photosynthesis, converting sunlight into energy and releasing oxygen as a byproduct. This process transformed the atmosphere and oceans, enriching them with oxygen and marking the beginning of what scientists term the Great Oxidation Event. As oxygen accumulated in the atmosphere, it had profound implications. First, it facilitated the development of more complex cellular structures, leading to the evolution of eukaryotic cells, which are larger and more complex than prokaryotes. This set the stage for the eventual emergence of multicellular organisms. As oxygen levels rose, it also created an environment that allowed for the more complex chemical reactions necessary for life, paving the path for future evolutionary innovations. Furthermore, the Archean Eon saw the establishment of microbial mats, communities of microorganisms that thrived in shallow waters. These mats helped shape the environment and played a vital role in nutrient cycling. They also contributed to the formation of stromatolites, layered structures created by the activities of these microorganisms, which provide some of the oldest evidence of life on Earth. Together, these events in the Archean Eon not only mark the beginning of biological complexity, but set in motion processes that would lead to an explosion of life forms in the following eons, fundamentally shaping the trajectory of Earth's biological history. In the earliest days of Earth, approximately 3.5 billion years ago, life was incredibly simple. Prokaryotic life forms, which include bacteria and archaea, were the first to emerge. These organisms were single-celled and lacked the complex structures found in plants and animals today. Their resilience and adaptability allowed them to thrive in a variety of extreme environments, such as hot springs and deep ocean vents. Prokaryotes dominated this early planet as they had the ability to utilize the available resources efficiently. They could obtain energy from sunlight, chemical processes, or organic matter, depending on their environment. This versatility gave them a significant advantage, allowing them to colonize almost every nook and cranny of Earth, from deep-sea trenches to arid deserts. The impact of these prokaryotic life forms on the ecosystem was profound. One of their most significant contributions was the process of photosynthesis, which some bacteria, known as cyanobacteria, performed. Through photosynthesis, they converted sunlight into energy while releasing oxygen as a byproduct. As these organisms multiplied, they gradually increased the concentration of oxygen in the atmosphere over millions of years. This oxygenation event, often referred to as the Great Oxidation Event, transformed the planet, making it possible for more complex life forms to eventually evolve. Moreover, prokaryotes played a crucial role in nutrient cycling. They helped decompose organic material, returning essential elements like carbon, nitrogen, and phosphorus back into the ecosystem. This recycling maintained the balance of nutrients in the environment, which is vital for all forms of life. Prokaryotic life forms not only dominated early Earth due to their simple yet adaptable nature, but also set the stage for the development of more complex ecosystems. Their ability to produce oxygen and recycle nutrients transformed the planet, paving the way for diverse life forms to arise in later ages. The Cambrian explosion, which occurred over 500 million years ago, marked a remarkable period when life on Earth underwent a rapid and dramatic diversification. Several key factors contributed to this biological surge. First, the environment experienced significant changes. At the time, Earth's oceans were rich in nutrients, creating fertile waters conducive to the development of diverse forms of life. These thriving ecosystems allowed for a variety of creatures to emerge, including many of the foundational groups of animals we recognize today. Second, the evolution of hard body parts offered distinct advantages. Many organisms developed shells, exoskeletons, and other protective features. These adaptations not only provided defense against predators, but also enabled these creatures to take on diverse shapes and sizes, contributing to a wider variety of life forms in various ecological niches. Additionally, an increase in oxygen levels in the oceans played a critical role. Higher oxygen concentrations made it possible for animals to grow larger and become more complex in their biological functions. This boost in oxygen is often linked to the evolution of photosynthetic microorganisms, which filled the oceans with this vital gas. Another essential factor was the emergence of genetic innovations. The development of new genetic mechanisms, particularly those that organize the growth and form of organisms, led to what scientists call evolutionary experimentation. This allowed for many different body plans and structures to develop in a relatively short time, paving the way for the diverse array of life we see today. Finally, ecological interactions, such as predation and competition, fueled evolution during this period. As new species emerged, they interacted in increasingly complex ways within their environments. This led to adaptive changes, as organisms responded to one another in a dynamic cycle of evolution. These factors combined created a unique environment that sparked unprecedented biological creativity, culminating in the Cambrian explosion, a pivotal moment that established the foundation for complex life on our planet. During the Cambrian period, which occurred around 500 million years ago, life underwent a remarkable transformation with the emergence of hard body parts. This development was revolutionary for several reasons. Before this period, most organisms were soft-bodied, making them vulnerable to predators and environmental pressures. The introduction of hard structures, such as shells and exoskeletons, provided essential protection against these threats. Hard body parts also allowed for greater diversity in shape and function. For instance, animals could develop more complex body plans, contributing to the rise of different forms, from armored arthropods to strikingly shaped mollusks. This variety encouraged niche differentiation. Organisms could occupy different ecological roles, such as predators, scavengers, or filter feeders, leading to a dynamic web of interactions in the ancient oceans. Moreover, the presence of hard parts facilitated the fossilization process. This meant that many organisms could be preserved long after their time, providing a rich record for scientists studying early life. Fossils from the Cambrian period reveal a sudden explosion of species, often referred to as the Cambrian explosion. This event marks a significant leap in the complexity of life, paving the way for future evolutionary developments, including the eventual rise of vertebrates and land-dwelling animals. The emergence of hard body parts during the Cambrian period was a key factor in shaping the evolution of life on Earth, as it led to increased protection, ecological diversity, and a more extensive fossil record, profoundly influencing the trajectory of biological development. The Cambrian period, often referred to as the Cambrian explosion, was a remarkable time in Earth's history, characterized by a rapid increase in the diversity of life. Iconic creatures from this era provide fascinating insights into the evolution of organisms and ecosystems. One of the most notable creatures is the trilobite, which has a unique segmented body and a hard shell. These marine arthropods flourished in various environments and were among the earliest creatures to possess complex eyes. Their abundance teaches us about the wide range of ecological niches that emerged during the Cambrian. Another significant organism is the Anomalocaris, a large predator that had a unique body structure featuring a pair of large, grasping appendages and a mouth reminiscent of a modern-day shrimp. This creature exemplifies the rise of complex predatory behaviors, revealing an intricate food web beginning to form in the oceans. Then there's the Hallucinogenia, a bizarre creature with spiny, soft-bodied features. Its strange appearance highlights the diversity of forms that emerged during the Cambrian, prompting scientists to explore how such varied shapes might relate to survival and environmental adaptation. These organisms, along with many others like the Wiwaxia and the Opabinia, illustrate the Cambrian period as a time of experimentation in body plans and ecological roles. This era laid the groundwork for the future evolution of more complex life forms, pointing to the dynamic interplay of form and function that would shape life on Earth for millions of years to come. The Cambrian explosion marks not just a rise in variety, but also the emergence of crucial evolutionary innovations that would define life's ongoing story. Paleontologists rely heavily on fossil records to understand ancient ecosystems, especially those from the Cambrian period, which began over 500 million years ago. Imagine a vast underwater world filled with diverse marine life, where the foundations of complex ecosystems began to form. Fossils are like snapshots of this world, capturing details about the organisms that lived, the environments they inhabited, and how they interacted with each other. To reconstruct Cambrian ecosystems, paleontologists start by identifying and cataloging different fossils found in sedimentary rocks. These fossils include shells, body imprints, and traces of behavior, such as burrows or feeding marks. Each type of fossil reveals unique information. For example, hard shells can indicate species that thrived in certain water conditions, while softer body fossils may hint at earlier life forms that were either less protected or less numerous. Next, researchers analyze the distribution of these fossils in different layers of rock. Rock layers, known as strata, form over time and can indicate different environmental conditions that existed during various periods of Cambrian history. By studying these layers, scientists can reconstruct how ecosystems changed, revealing shifts between shallow, warm seas and deeper, colder environments. Additionally, paleontologists use comparative anatomy, looking at the structure of fossils and comparing them to modern animals. This helps them infer the relationships between ancient species and their living relatives. By identifying trends in development and adaptation, they can piece together the complex web of life that existed in Cambrian waters. Furthermore, isotopic analysis, a method that examines the chemical composition of fossils and surrounding rocks, provides insights into ancient climate conditions and ocean chemistry. This information helps paint a clearer picture of habitat diversity and environmental shifts. Overall, by combining fossil identification, stratigraphic analysis, comparative studies, and isotopic data, paleontologists create detailed reconstructions of Cambrian ecosystems. This approach not only highlights the diversity and complexity of ancient life, but also helps us understand fundamental processes of evolution and adaptation that still affect organisms today. The journey of life on Earth began with simple organisms, but the emergence of vertebrates stands as a significant milestone in evolution. Vertebrates are characterized by having a backbone, a structural feature that supports movement and protects vital components of the nervous system. They first appeared during a time known as the Cambrian period, around 550 million years ago, when complex ecosystems began to develop in the oceans. To understand how the first vertebrates emerged, we need to look back at their ancestors, primitive chordates. These ancestors shared some key features with vertebrates, including a notochord, which is a flexible rod that provided support, and a nerve cord that ran alongside it. Over time, through a process of evolution driven by environmental challenges and opportunities, these chordates began to develop more complex structures. The transition to true vertebrates involved the development of a more robust skeleton made of cartilage and eventually bone, as well as the evolution of a head with a skull. This allowed for greater mobility and more sophisticated sensory organs. With these features, early vertebrates could better navigate their environments, find food, and avoid predators. In contrast, invertebrates, which make up the majority of animal life, lack a backbone and often possess different structural characteristics like exoskeletons, which are hard outer coverings. Invertebrates include a wide range of animals, from jellyfish to insects. While they may be incredibly diverse and adaptable, their lack of a backbone means they do not have the same internal support system that vertebrates do. The distinction lies not just in the presence or absence of a backbone, but also in various anatomical and physiological systems. Vertebrates have a closed circulatory system, complex brains, and a variety of organ systems that enable higher levels of coordination and adaptability. These innovations allowed vertebrates to occupy new ecological niches, leading to the vast diversity of species we see today. The development of a backbone, or vertebral column, was a remarkable step forward for early vertebrates. It provided essential structural support, allowing these animals to maintain their shape and protect their spinal cord, a critical part of their nervous system. With this sturdy framework, vertebrates became more agile, enabling them to swim, walk, and explore their environments more effectively than previous life forms. Having a backbone also allowed for a greater range of movement. This flexibility meant that early vertebrates could adapt their behaviors to hunt for food or escape from predators. The backbone connected muscles and limbs, which facilitated coordinated movements. This made it possible for vertebrates to develop more complex and varied locomotion strategies, from powerful swimming in the water to eventual movement on land. Furthermore, the backbone contributed to the overall robustness of the body. As vertebrates evolved, the spinal column supported not just agility, but also growth toward larger sizes. Being larger often provided advantages such as greater power and the ability to better fend off predators. Early vertebrates could also better regulate their internal conditions, which helped them thrive in diverse environments. The development of the backbone offered early vertebrates crucial physical support, enhanced mobility, and adaptability. These advantages laid the foundation for the incredible diversity of vertebrate life that we see today. The transition from fish to amphibians is a fascinating story that spans millions of years. To understand this evolution, we start with ancient fish that lived in shallow waters. These fish faced challenges like drying ponds and competition for food. Over time, some of these fish developed adaptations that allowed them to survive in increasingly variable environments. One of the key adaptations was the development of stronger fins. These fins gradually evolved into limbs that could support the fish's weight on land. Imagine a creature that begins to push itself along the muddy bottom of a shallow pool. As it ventures closer to the shore, its fins become more like arms and legs, aiding in movement. Additionally, certain fish developed lungs along with gills. This ability was crucial for breathing air, as life outside water required a new way to obtain oxygen, especially when water levels fluctuated. Picture these fish taking in air when the oxygen in water became too low, showing their adaptability. As time progressed, some fish began to venture onto land more frequently in search of food or to escape predators. Those that could effectively navigate this new environment had a significant advantage. They gradually developed further traits that suited land life, such as thicker skin to prevent water loss and adaptations for hearing. The culmination of these traits led to the first amphibians, creatures that could live both in water and on land. They retained characteristics from their fish ancestors, like a streamlined body, while also developing new features suited for terrestrial life. This remarkable transition marked a critical point in evolution, paving the way for a diverse array of land animals, including reptiles, birds, and mammals. The journey from fish to amphibians illustrates nature's remarkable ability to adapt and transform in response to the changing world. The journey from water to land was a significant evolutionary leap for early vertebrates, driven by various pressures that changed their environment and needs. Initially, life began in the oceans, where aquatic creatures thrived, enjoying the benefits of buoyancy and ample resources. However, as these organisms faced challenges, their adaptation became essential for survival. One of the key pressures was the availability of food. As creatures began to explore shallow waters, they encountered new food sources along the shoreline. Plants and insects emerged in these environments, providing nourishing opportunities that weren't as prevalent in deep water. Early vertebrates that could adapt and venture onto land to exploit these resources had a better chance of survival. Another pressure was competition in the water. With many fish and aquatic species vying for limited resources, some early vertebrates may have found that moving to land reduced competition, allowing them to occupy a new niche where food was abundant and not as easily accessible to others. The need to escape predators also played a significant role. In the complex underwater environments, organisms often shared habitats, increasing the risks of predation. By moving onto land, these early vertebrates could avoid some of their aquatic hunters, finding safer refuge in the lush, unexplored territories above the water's surface. Additionally, changing environmental conditions, such as shifts in climate and habitat availability, forced these species to adapt. As land became more accessible due to lower water levels or shifts in ecosystems, the evolutionary shift to land offered new niches with room for exploration and growth. Breathing air was pivotal in this transition. As fish-like creatures developed primitive lungs or adaptations to convert oxygen directly from the air, the capacity to remain active on land increased. This advancement not only opened new opportunities for exploration and habitation, but also allowed for greater mobility in searching for food. A combination of resource availability, reduced competition, predator evasion, and environmental shifts all contributed to the immense push for early vertebrates to leave water and adapt to life on land. These evolutionary pressures enabled a transformation that would eventually give rise to the diverse array of terrestrial creatures we see today. The Mesozoic era, which spanned millions of years, is often called the Age of Dinosaurs for a compelling reason. This era is notable for the rise and dominance of dinosaurs on Earth. Picture a time when these magnificent creatures roamed every continent, filling the land and skies with their presence. The Mesozoic is divided into three periods: the Triassic, the Jurassic, and the Cretaceous, each characterized by significant developments in life and the planet itself. During the Triassic period, reptiles began to flourish, leading to the emergence of the first dinosaurs. As time moved into the Jurassic, these reptiles grew into varied forms and sizes, evolving into numerous species, from towering long-necked herbivores to fierce predators. The flora also adapted with the spread of conifers and the appearance of the first flowering plants, creating a rich environment for the growing dinosaur population. Then came the Cretaceous, the final period of the Mesozoic, where dinosaurs reached their peak diversity. Many familiar species we recognize today lived during this time. The landscape was vibrant, populated with lush vegetation and a variety of ecosystems that supported a vast range of life. Unfortunately, this age came to a dramatic end around the time of the Cretaceous-Paleogene boundary, likely due to a catastrophic event such as a massive asteroid impact, which caused the extinction of not only dinosaurs but many other species as well. Thus, the Mesozoic era is defined by its rich tapestry of life, particularly the dinosaurs that captured imaginations and shaped the planet's history. It serves as a reminder of the continuous evolution and change that life on Earth undergoes, marked by a period when these extraordinary creatures truly ruled the land. The Triassic, Jurassic, and Cretaceous periods each displayed unique characteristics that shaped the evolution and diversity of dinosaurs. During the Triassic period, dinosaurs were just beginning to emerge. This era marked the dawn of dinosaurs, which were relatively small and not yet dominant. The climate was generally hot and dry, with a mix of dry land and rivers. Early dinosaurs often coexisted with other reptiles and were mostly bipedal, meaning they walked on two legs. The Triassic witnessed the first signs of varied dinosaur species, but they were still in the early stages of evolutionary development. As the Jurassic period unfolded, dinosaurs began to flourish and diversify rapidly. This era was characterized by a warm climate with lush vegetation, creating an ideal environment for dinosaurs to thrive. Large herbivorous dinosaurs like the long-necked sauropods roamed the land, while formidable carnivores like the Allosaurus hunted them. The Jurassic is often seen as the golden age of dinosaurs, with many iconic species appearing, showcasing a remarkable variety in size, shape, and behavior. This was a time when dinosaurs truly began to dominate terrestrial ecosystems. In the Cretaceous period, the dinosaur story evolved even further. This period experienced significant changes in both climate and geography, with the Earth's continents shifting and sea levels rising. The Cretaceous saw the emergence of some of the most famous dinosaurs, including the massive T-Rex and the armored Stegosaurus. Plant life also diversified, with the introduction of flowering plants that provided new food resources. However, the Cretaceous ended with a cataclysmic event, commonly believed to be an asteroid impact, that led to the mass extinction of dinosaurs, marking a dramatic shift in Earth's biological history. Each period presented a different chapter in the life of dinosaurs, starting from their early, timid beginnings in the Triassic, flourishing into diverse giants in the Jurassic, and culminating with the grand spectacle of the Cretaceous before facing their extinction. Each era's unique environmental conditions spurred different evolutionary paths, painting a complex and fascinating picture of life on Earth millions of years ago. Feathered dinosaurs have dramatically changed the way we view the evolution of dinosaurs and their connection to modern birds. Initially, many scientists believed that dinosaurs were solely reptilian, resembling large lizards or crocodiles. However, the discovery of fossilized remains showcasing feathers challenged this idea. These feathers provide evidence that some dinosaurs were not only covered in feathers for insulation and display, but also had traits that link them more closely to birds than to traditional reptiles. This revelation helps us understand that when we think of dinosaurs, we should imagine a much broader spectrum of appearances and behaviors. Some feathered dinosaurs show features like hollow bones and a keen sense of agility, suggesting they were adapted for flight or gliding. This indicates that the transition from dinosaurs to birds was more gradual and complex than previously thought, with feathers likely serving multiple purposes, from attracting mates to aiding in temperature regulation. Moreover, feathered dinosaurs highlight the diversity and adaptability of these creatures. They existed in various forms, from small, bird-like species to larger theropods with complex feather structures. This suggests that feathers could have evolved for several reasons, possibly including camouflage, social interaction, and competition, rather than just for flight. As research continues, the link between feathers and the evolutionary pathway to birds becomes clearer, reinforcing the idea that not all dinosaurs were simply large, scaly beasts. Instead, many were vibrant, feather-covered creatures that played a significant role in the magnificent tapestry of life on Earth long before humans arrived. This understanding not only reshapes our perception of dinosaurs, but also highlights the evolutionary changes that have led to the birds we see today. Dinosaurs were remarkable creatures that flourished on Earth for about 165 million years, showcasing several adaptive features that enabled their success. Firstly, their diverse body structures played a crucial role. Some had long necks, allowing herbivores to reach high vegetation, while others had powerful jaws and sharp teeth for predation. This variety in form supported numerous dietary strategies, helping them to occupy many ecological niches. Another key feature was their ability to move quickly. Larger dinosaurs had strong legs that facilitated speed, which was essential for avoiding predators and competing for resources. Smaller dinosaurs often developed remarkable agility, aiding them in escaping threats or hunting for smaller prey. Reproductive strategies also contributed significantly to their endurance. Dinosaurs laid eggs, which allowed for large clutches that increased the chances of survival for some offspring. Many species might have nurtured their young, offering protection and care that enhanced their survival rates in a world filled with challenges. Additionally, the range of habitats dinosaurs occupied, from lush forests to arid deserts, showcased their ability to adapt to different environments. They developed features, such as varied skin textures and colors, which may have aided in regulating temperature or camouflage, enhancing their chances against predators and elements alike. Moreover, climate resilience was pivotal. Dinosaurs existed through several climate changes, demonstrating their ability to adapt to shifting conditions. Some may have had features that allowed them to maintain body temperatures stable, while others possibly developed methods for finding food and water sources as environments changed. The combination of structural, behavioral, and reproductive strategies allowed dinosaurs to thrive in a variety of ecosystems, making them one of Earth's most successful groups of animals throughout a vast period of time. Their legacy reminds us of the importance of adaptability in the face of an ever-changing world. The Pleistocene epoch, often referred to as the Ice Age, is famous for its diverse and impressive megafauna, which were large animals that roamed the Earth during this period. These species were characterized by their size, often being much larger than most modern animals. Imagine massive creatures like woolly mammoths, saber-toothed cats, and giant ground sloths. Their size provided advantages, such as deterring predators and adapting to cold climates. Another important trait of these megafaunal species was their unique adaptations to the harsh environments of the time. Many of these animals had thick fur or skin to insulate against the cold weather. For instance, the woolly mammoth had a dense coat and a layer of fat beneath its skin, helping it survive in frigid temperatures. Similarly, many herbivores adapted to graze on the tough vegetation that thrived in cold, open landscapes. Their diets also varied widely. Some megafauna were herbivores that grazed on grasses, while others were carnivorous predators that hunted large prey. This diversity in eating habits meant that these animals played essential roles in their ecosystems, helping to shape the vegetation and contributing to the food web in ways that would impact the environment around them. Social behavior was another fascinating aspect. Many Pleistocene megafauna lived in groups, which offered protection and enhanced their chances of survival during the dangerous conditions of the Ice Age. The interactions among these large animals, whether in herds or packs, added complexity to their existence. Unfortunately, as the Pleistocene came to an end, many of these magnificent creatures went extinct, possibly due to a combination of climate change and human activity. This extinction marked the end of an era, significantly altering the ecosystems of our planet. The magnificent megafauna of the Pleistocene offers a glimpse into a world that was both beautiful and brutal, revealing the intricate balance between species and their environments during a time of dramatic climate shifts. The Ice Ages marked significant shifts in the Earth's climate, creating extreme conditions that greatly influenced the survival and adaptation of large animals known as megafauna. During these periods, vast sheets of ice covered large parts of the northern continents. Temperatures dropped, habitats transformed, and many ecosystems changed dramatically. As the ice advanced, it altered the vegetation that megafauna relied on for food. In regions that became tundra, trees were replaced by grasses and mosses, which favored grazing animals. Species such as woolly mammoths and giant ground sloths thrived in these new environments, adapting to cold and foraging on the abundant vegetation available. However, as the climate fluctuated, these habitats would sometimes retreat and then reappear, causing stresses on megafauna populations. The fluctuations between warm and cold phases created cycles of survival and hardship. When the environment became warmer, ecosystems would shift again, often leading to habitat loss for these large animals adapted to the colder conditions. In particular, as the Ice Ages came to an end about 12,000 years ago, many megafauna faced new challenges. With the warming climate, forests replaced the open tundra, and food sources changed, leaving many species struggling to adapt to the new conditions. Additionally, human activity played a crucial role during this time. As people began to spread across the continents, they hunted many megafauna for food. The combination of climate change and human expansion created a perfect storm, leading to the extinction of several species. Most of these large animals had long gestation periods and low reproductive rates, making it difficult for their populations to recover once they began to decline. The Ice Ages not only shaped the physical landscapes where megafauna lived, but also tested their resilience through changing climates and new predators, including early humans. This combination of environmental pressures and human impact ultimately influenced the fate of many of these remarkable creatures, driving some to extinction while allowing a few to adapt and persist in a rapidly changing world. Mammals like the woolly mammoth and saber-toothed cat were key players in their prehistoric ecosystems, each fulfilling a unique role that contributed to the balance of life at the time. The woolly mammoth, a massive creature covered in thick fur, lived in herds across the cold tundras. As herbivores, they grazed on grasses, shrubs, and other vegetation, helping to shape the landscape and maintain the health of their environment. By consuming large amounts of plant matter, they kept overgrowth in check and promoted the growth of a diverse plant community. This grazing pattern provided food and habitat for other animals, creating a ripple effect throughout the ecosystem. In contrast, the saber-toothed cat was a predator with long, curved canine teeth specifically adapted for hunting. These cats played the vital role of controlling the population of herbivores, including mammoths and other large animals. By preying on the sick, young, or weakened individuals, they helped maintain the health of the herds. This predatory behavior ensured that only the strongest animals contributed to future generations, promoting genetic diversity and resilience within those populations. Predators like saber-toothed cats also contributed to the natural cycle of life and death, which ultimately enriched the soil and promoted new plant growth, influencing the entire ecosystem. Together, these mammals maintained a dynamic balance within their habitats. The woolly mammoths grazing and the saber-toothed cats hunting created a harmonious cycle that sustained various plants and animals in the ever-changing prehistoric world. Their extinction marked significant changes in the ecosystems where they once thrived, altering the landscape and the web of life that depended on them. During the last ice age, humans coexisted with a variety of large animals known as megafauna, which included majestic creatures such as woolly mammoths and saber-toothed cats. As hunter-gatherers, early humans lived off the land, relying on these animals for food, clothing, and materials. The relationship was complex. Humans hunted megafauna, and their advanced tools, like spears, gave them an advantage. This hunting was part of a larger ecosystem balance. However, climate change also played a significant role. As temperatures rose, habitats changed, and many of these giants faced difficulties in finding food and adapting. For instance, as the ice sheets melted, grasslands shrank, pushing megafauna into smaller areas wherever they could find adequate resources. The combination of hunting and shifting climates created immense pressures. Moreover, as human populations grew and spread across different continents, they developed new strategies for hunting and foraging. The introduction of fire allowed them to modify landscapes, helping to drive animals into particular areas, which increased their chances of hunting success. This aggressive hunting, coupled with environmental changes, likely led to the rapid decline of many megafauna species. The interplay between humans and these large animals illustrates a pivotal moment in Earth's history. Some scientists propose that the extinction of megafauna was not solely due to human activity, but rather a combination of human impacts and a changing environment. Ultimately, this period teaches us about our influence on ecosystems and the lessons about conservation needed for today's dwindling species. The periodic ice ages, also known as glacial periods, were triggered by a combination of factors that include changes in Earth's orbit, shifts in the planet's axial tilt, and variations in solar energy. These natural phenomena, known collectively as Milankovitch cycles, cause cycles of cooling and warming over tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands of years. As the planet's orbit around the Sun changes subtly over time, from nearly circular to more elliptical, the amount of solar energy received varies. When the Earth's axial tilt increases, summers become warmer and winters colder, further influencing the climate. During an ice age, these cycles align in such a way that leads to a significant drop in temperatures, allowing large ice sheets to spread over North America, Europe, and Asia. The impact of these ice ages on global climates was profound. They created a much colder and drier environment, transforming lush forests into tundras and vast grasslands. This change influenced where different species could live, leading to extinctions for many and adaptations for others. Ecosystems evolved under these harsh conditions, with species either migrating to warmer areas or developing new survival strategies. Life itself went through immense transformations during these ice ages. Mammoths and saber-toothed cats roamed the cold landscapes, adapting to the frigid conditions. Hominins, our ancient relatives, faced these challenges as well, learning to harness fire and create tools which aided their survival. As glaciers eventually melted and temperatures rose, the climate transformed once more, allowing forests to return and new species to thrive. This dramatic ebb and flow of ice and warmth sculpted the planet's surfaces and shaped the course of evolution, illustrating how interconnected climate and life truly are. The legacy of these ice ages is still felt today, as they helped establish the biodiversity we see in the world now. During the Ice Ages, Earth experienced dramatic climate shifts that led to extreme cold and widespread glaciers. Plants and animals faced tough challenges, but through adaptation, many survived. For plants, the primary strategy was to become more resilient. Some developed deeper root systems, allowing them to access buried nutrients and water even when the surface was frozen. Others evolved smaller leaves to reduce water loss and withstand freezing temperatures. Additionally, certain species turned to a slower growth cycle, entering a kind of dormancy during harsh winter months. Animals, on the other hand, adapted in various ways. Many species grew thicker fur or developed insulating layers of fat to protect themselves from the biting cold. Some animals became migratory, moving to warmer areas during the coldest months to find food and milder conditions. Others changed their diets, learning to eat the tougher, low-nutrient vegetation that would survive the harsh climate. In addition to physical changes, behavioral adaptations played a crucial role. Animals developed social structures to help with survival, such as herding or pack behaviors, which made hunting easier and increased protection against predators. Despite the challenges of the Ice Ages, these adaptations allowed various species to endure and evolve, laying the foundation for the ecosystems we see today. Glaciers have played a profound role in sculpting the Earth's landscape. Their impact can be seen in various forms, each serving as a testament to their power and presence during the last Ice Age. One of the most striking pieces of evidence is the presence of U-shaped valleys. As glaciers move, they carve away the land, creating these deep, wide valleys with steep sides, a shape distinctly different from the V-shaped valleys formed by rivers. Another notable feature is the occurrence of fjords, which are steep, narrow inlets formed when glaciers retreat and seawater floods the previously glaciated valleys. In places like Norway and New Zealand, these fjords showcase how glaciers can dramatically alter coastlines. Additionally, the smooth, polished surfaces of rocks, often referred to as glacial striations, provide insight into the movement of glaciers. These scratches and grooves tell a story of the glacier's path, showing the direction in which it traveled. Glacial deposits, or moraines, are another vital piece of evidence. When glaciers advance and retreat, they carry rocks and debris along with them. As they melt, they leave behind piles of these materials. These deposits can tell researchers much about the glacier's history, including its size and movement patterns. Furthermore, features like drumlins, oval-shaped hills formed from glacial deposits, illustrate how glaciers shaped the terrain beneath them. Lastly, lake formations, particularly in areas that were once covered by glaciers, offer clues about past glacial activity. Many lakes were created in depressions left behind after a glacier melted, showing how these massive ice sheets transformed the land over time. Together, this evidence paints a comprehensive picture of how glaciers have not just altered landscapes, but have also influenced ecosystems and human settlement throughout history. The ebb and flow of ice sheets shape not only the landscape, but also the pathways of human migrations and settlements throughout history. During periods known as glacial epochs, massive ice sheets covered large portions of Europe, North America, and other regions. This cold environment left vast areas uninhabitable, forcing early humans to seek warmer climates and move southward or toward lower altitudes. As these ice sheets retreated, they created new landscapes. Melting ice led to rising sea levels and transformed land that was once barren into fertile plains or lush forests. These newly available resources attracted human populations, encouraging them to establish permanent settlements where food and water were plentiful. The migration patterns during these times were not merely a response to the presence or absence of ice, but were also influenced by the animals that followed the changing terrain. As ice sheets melted, large mammals such as woolly mammoths and reindeer moved to new territories, drawing hunter-gatherer populations with them. Communities often followed the land where food sources were abundant, adapting their lifestyles based on the shifting environment. Notably, the end of the last ice age marked a significant turning point. It brought about a warmer climate that facilitated the growth of agriculture. Humans began to settle in these newly fruitful areas, leading to the rise of civilizations. Thus, the cycles of freezing and thawing driven by the ice sheets not only influenced where early humans could live, but also transformed their way of life, allowing for the establishment of societies that would eventually lead to the development of culture and technology. Scientists investigate past mass extinctions through a combination of various methods that shed light on Earth's history. One essential approach is studying the layers of rock and sediment, which serve as time capsules. By carefully analyzing these layers, scientists can find fossils, the preserved remains of plants and animals that lived during different eras. Each fossil provides clues about the organisms that existed and the environmental conditions of the time. In addition to fossils, scientists examine isotopes, which are variations of elements found in rocks and fossils. These isotopes can reveal changes in climate and ocean chemistry. For example, the ratio of specific isotopes can indicate temperature shifts or changes in the levels of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere, both of which can have a significant impact on life on Earth. Another important method involves geochemical analysis. Scientists can look for markers of catastrophic events, such as the presence of certain heavy elements like iridium, which are rare on Earth but often found in asteroids. This technique was notably used to support the theory that a massive asteroid impact contributed to the extinction of the dinosaurs. Paleobotany, the study of ancient plants, offers insights into how changes in vegetation might have affected ecosystems leading up to an extinction event. By examining plant fossils, researchers can understand shifts in flora, which can affect herbivores and the entire food web. Lastly, computer modeling plays an increasingly vital role. Scientists create simulations of climate and ecosystem dynamics to explore how different factors, like volcanic eruptions, climate change, and habitat loss, could have contributed to past extinctions. By combining data from various sources, these models help to piece together the complex puzzle of how life on Earth has changed over millions of years. Through these methodologies, scientists are piecing together the narrative of Earth's history, revealing how life has adapted, flourished, and sometimes faced devastating challenges throughout countless extinctions. Each discovery adds a new layer of understanding to the intricate story of our planet and its inhabitants. The extinction of the dinosaurs at the end of the Cretaceous period is one of Earth's most captivating mysteries. Scientists have developed several leading theories to explain this dramatic event, which occurred about 65 million years ago. The most widely accepted theory points to a massive asteroid impact. Imagine a gigantic rock from space crashing into Earth, releasing energy equivalent to millions of nuclear bombs. This impact would have created devastating shockwaves, wildfires, and a thick cloud of dust that blocked sunlight. Without sunlight, plants would struggle to grow, disrupting the food chain and leading to the demise of many species. Another significant theory involves extensive volcanic activity, particularly in what is now India. The Deccan Traps, the remnants of vast volcanic eruptions, spewed enormous amounts of ash and gas into the atmosphere. This could have caused long-lasting climate changes with cooler temperatures and acidic rain, which would also threaten the survival of various life forms. Some scientists propose that a combination of these factors drove the dinosaurs to extinction. The asteroid impact may have triggered volcanic eruptions, creating a one-two punch that altered the planet's environment dramatically and swiftly. The final death knell for the dinosaurs may have been a series of rapid changes that their bodies could not adapt to in time. Additionally, there are theories suggesting that gradual changes, like fluctuations in sea levels and shifts in climate, could have weakened ecosystems over millions of years, making them more vulnerable to sudden catastrophic events. This gradual process might have set the stage for the critical impact and volcanic activity that followed. The end of the Cretaceous period likely resulted from a complex interplay of sudden disaster and long-term ecological changes, illustrating how intricately interconnected life on Earth is with our planet's geological and cosmic processes. The Permian-Triassic extinction event, often referred to as the Great Dying, marks one of the most significant turning points in Earth's history. Occurring around 250 million years ago, it led to the extinction of approximately 95% of marine species and about 70% of terrestrial species. This catastrophic loss was caused by a combination of volcanic eruptions, climate change, and changes in ocean chemistry, which drastically altered the environment. In the aftermath, the planet found itself in a very different state. With so many species gone, ecosystems were empty and needed to be rebuilt from the ground up. This opened the door for new forms of life to evolve and thrive. Among the survivors, reptiles began to diversify and fill the ecological niches left behind by more numerous and varied species. This evolution set the stage for the rise of dinosaurs, whose dominance would later shape life for millions of years. The Great Dying also prompted significant changes in plant life. As the Earth's climate adjusted, different types of vegetation gained prominence. Instead of lush forests filled with ferns, new kinds of plants, including the first true trees and flowering plants, began to emerge. These changes not only influenced the landscape, but also affected the animals that depended on these plants for food and habitat. Furthermore, the extinction event fostered an environment that allowed for increased biodiversity in the long term. The extinction of dominant species created opportunities for others to evolve and fill various ecological roles. As ecosystems began to recover over millions of years, life diversified in ways that would create the complex tapestry of species that we see today. The Permian-Triassic extinction event reshaped life on Earth by wiping out a vast majority of species, creating opportunities for the evolution of new forms of life and facilitating a gradual recovery leading to a more diverse biosphere. This monumental shift not only changed the course of evolutionary history, but also laid the foundation for future ecosystems. Throughout Earth's history, several mass extinctions have dramatically reshaped the landscape of life. Each time, a select group of species managed to endure these cataclysmic events. The survival of these resilient species often hinged on specific traits and adaptable strategies. For instance, during the most famous mass extinction, which wiped out the dinosaurs, small mammals thrived. These creatures were generally smaller in size, which allowed them to find refuge in burrows or hidden spots that larger animals could not access. Their ability to consume a varied diet, including insects and plants, also contributed to their survival in an altered ecosystem. Similarly, after the Permian mass extinction, marine animals such as certain types of fish and mollusks persisted. Their ability to adapt to changing conditions in the ocean, including shifting temperatures and levels of oxygen, played a crucial role. Species with flexible reproductive strategies, such as those that could lay large numbers of eggs, also had a better chance of survival, as variations in conditions could lead to some offspring thriving where others perished. Plants also displayed remarkable resilience. After major extinction events, seed plants adapted by developing hardier seeds that could survive unfavorable conditions. The ability to grow quickly and colonize new areas enabled them to take advantage of the newly available ecological niches. Overall, survival during mass extinctions often boiled down to adaptability. Species that could alter their behavior, change their diets, reproduce quickly, or find shelter had a better chance of making it through. Those traits often set the foundation for life to flourish once again in the aftermath of significant environmental upheaval. In this way, nature showed its capacity for resilience and regeneration, leading to the diverse forms of life we see today. Archaeological findings offer a fascinating glimpse into the lives of our earliest human ancestors. Imagine uncovering tools, bones, and remnants of ancient dwellings buried beneath layers of earth. Each discovery acts like a puzzle piece, helping us to understand how these early humans lived, what they ate, and how they interacted with their environment. For example, Tools made from stone reveal the skills and innovations of our ancestors. The shape and style of these tools indicate whether they were used for cutting, scraping, or hunting, showing us not just their capabilities, but also their survival strategies. When archaeologists find remains of animals alongside these tools, it suggests that early humans hunted or scavenged those creatures for food, highlighting their role as both active hunters and opportunistic gatherers. Additionally, the discovery of ancient campsites provides insights into social structures and community life. Evidence of fire usage shows they cooked food, which would have improved nutrition and made it easier to digest. The way these camps were organized implies a level of social interaction, suggesting they gathered in groups for warmth, safety, and companionship. Beyond physical artifacts, fossilized remains of early humans themselves provide vital information. Studying their bones reveals insights into their health, diet, and even movement. For instance, if a skeleton shows wear on certain bones, it might indicate repetitive motions related to a particular task, suggesting a division of labor among community members. Finally, burial artifacts point to belief systems and rituals, indicating that early humans had a sense of spirituality or community connection, revealing layers of emotional and cultural complexity. Together, these archaeological findings weave a narrative of our ancestors, allowing us to piece together their daily lives, struggles, and achievements, ultimately connecting us to our distant past. Understanding these elements not only illuminates where we come from, but also how our species has evolved over thousands of years. Homo habilis and Homo erectus mark important milestones in the journey of human evolution, showcasing significant advancements compared to earlier hominins. Homo habilis, often referred to as the handyman, appears around 2 million years ago and is notable for its ability to create and use stone tools. This marks a shift toward more sophisticated behaviors, as these tools allowed for more efficient hunting and gathering. In addition to these tools, Homo habilis had a larger brain compared to earlier species, indicating improved cognitive functions and problem-solving abilities. Moving forward in time, we encounter Homo erectus, which emerged approximately 1 million years later. This species presented even more distinguishing features. Homo erectus not only created more complex tools, often including hand axes and other implements, but also exhibited the ability to control fire. This control meant they could cook food, providing a significant increase in nutrition and safety. Moreover, Homo erectus had a body structure resembling modern humans, which included longer limbs and a more upright posture, allowing for extended travel and migration over vast distances. Both Homo habilis and Homo erectus represent evolutionary leaps with their tool-making capabilities and physical adaptations. These innovations provided distinct advantages in survival and adaptation, setting them apart from their predecessors and laying the groundwork for future human ancestors. The control of fire was a transformative moment in human evolution, marking a major shift in how our ancestors lived and interacted with their environment. Imagine a time when early humans lived in darkness with their only source of light provided by the sun. The discovery of fire brought warmth and illumination, extending valuable hours for socializing and activities beyond daylight. One of the most significant impacts of fire was its ability to provide protection. Flames warded off dangerous predators, allowing early humans to explore new territories and establish safer habitats. Additionally, cooking food over fire introduced new possibilities for diet. Eating cooked food made it easier to digest, unlocking more nutrients and energy. This change likely contributed to the growth of larger brains over generations, as the extra energy supported more complex thinking and social structures. Fire also became a tool for communication and social bonding. Groups gathered around flames, sharing stories, which helped strengthen community ties. This social aspect of fire influenced the development of language and culture, building a solid foundation for the social structures we see today. The mastery of fire was not just about heat and light. It ignited a chain reaction of evolution, granting our ancestors the ability to adapt and thrive in diverse environments, transforming their way of life and forging a new path in human history. Throughout prehistory, early humans faced dramatic shifts in their environments, prompting remarkable adaptations that were crucial for their survival. One of the key changes was the transition between warmer and cooler climates, which affected the availability of food and resources. As forests grew and shrank, early humans altered their diets and hunting strategies. They began to gather a wider variety of plants and nuts, understanding which were nutritious and safe to eat. This shift to using more diverse food sources helped them survive during times when their traditional prey became scarce. In response to these environmental challenges, early humans also developed new tools and techniques. They crafted sharper stone weapons for hunting, which allowed them to take down larger animals more effectively. These advancements not only improved their hunting efficiency, but also provided more consistent food supplies. Additionally, the development of tools for processing food, like sharpened stones for scraping and grinding, made it easier to prepare and consume different types of food. Living arrangements also evolved as humans adapted to varying climates. In colder regions, they built more permanent shelters, sometimes using materials like wood, bone, and animal hides. This contrasted with the temporary structures they used in warmer climates when they were more mobile, constantly following animal migrations and harvesting seasonal plants. The ability to create and adapt living spaces was essential for ensuring protection from harsh weather and predators. Social structures also transformed in response to environmental changes. Early humans likely formed tighter-knit groups to collaborate on hunting and gathering, which improved their success rates. Cooperation allowed them to share knowledge about food sources, tool-making techniques, and survival strategies. These evolving social dynamics were crucial for their adaptability and resilience. Lastly, as early humans ventured into new territories, they also learned to navigate different ecosystems, from lush forests to arid plains. This adaptability required keen observation skills and innovative thinking, allowing them to thrive in various environments. Over time, these adaptations laid the groundwork for more complex societies as early humans continued to evolve and explore. Ancient artifacts and cave paintings offer a fascinating glimpse into the lives of Stone Age societies, revealing much about their daily existence, beliefs, and social structures. When we discover stone tools, for instance, we learn about the methods they used for hunting, gathering, and crafting. These tools show evidence of hard work and innovation as they were shaped and sharpened for specific purposes, indicating that early humans were not just survivalists, but also skilled craftsmen. Cave paintings, on the other hand, tell stories that go beyond mere survival. Imagine stumbling upon colorful images of animals and human figures painted on rock surfaces. These artworks often depict scenes of hunting, which suggests that these communities had deep connections with their environment and relied heavily on the wildlife around them. The detail in these paintings also hints at the society's ability to communicate and possibly share collective experiences or rituals connected to hunting or spiritual beliefs. Additionally, the patterns and symbols found in cave art can give us insights into their culture. Some researchers theorize that these markings might represent early forms of communication or even a primitive language. They could also signify a spiritual relationship with nature, as many of the images focus on animals that played crucial roles in their lives, possibly reflecting respect or reverence. Together, artifacts and cave paintings allow us to piece together a complex picture of Stone Age societies. They reveal how these early humans adapted to their environments, their social practices, their artistic expressions, and their survival strategies. Essentially, we are looking at the roots of human culture, shaping our understanding of where we come from and how those ancient communities laid the groundwork for future civilizations. The development of stone tools marked a pivotal moment in the story of early humans. Imagine our ancestors living in a world where nature, though bountiful, presented constant challenges for survival. Without the means to manipulate their environment, securing food and protecting themselves from threats was incredibly difficult. When early humans began to fashion stone tools, everything changed. These tools provided a way to hunt more effectively, enabling them to carve meat from large animals or break open tough plant materials for nutrition. This newfound ability to create tools meant they could obtain food sources that were previously out of reach, such as larger mammals. As a result, their diet became richer and more varied, fueling improvements in health and energy. Not only did stone tools enhance hunting skills, but they also transformed gathering practices. Early humans used these implements to dig for tubers, crack nuts, and butcher food. This versatility allowed communities to explore and exploit different environments, adapting to various ecological conditions. The impact of stone tools extended beyond mere survival. They fostered social cooperation. Groups of early humans would work together to create tools, share their knowledge, and coordinate hunts to increase their efficiency. This collaboration not only strengthened community bonds, but also laid the groundwork for the development of culture and social structures. Over time, the refinement of tools led to advancements in technology and creativity. As skills improved, humans began to create more specialized tools for specific tasks, like hunting, woodworking, and crafting. This specialization contributed to a shift in lifestyles, promoting a more settled way of life as communities established themselves to optimize their use of the land. The advent of stone tools was a fundamental turning point. It unlocked new possibilities for survival, cooperation, and creativity, ultimately setting the stage for the evolution of modern human societies. In prehistoric hunter-gatherer communities, ritual and art served vital roles that went far beyond mere decoration or entertainment. They were deeply woven into the fabric of everyday life. These early humans relied on rituals to create a sense of community and shared identity. For them, rituals often revolved around significant events like hunting success, seasonal changes, or rites of passage. By participating in these ceremonies, individuals reinforced social bonds and collective values, ensuring that everyone felt connected to the group. Art, too, was essential. Early forms of artistic expression, like cave paintings, carvings, and personal adornments, reflected the beliefs, experiences, and environment of these communities. Through art, they communicated important stories, preserved memories, and expressed emotions. For instance, hunting scenes depicted on cave walls likely served both a practical purpose, to commemorate successful hunts, and a spiritual one, possibly aimed at appealing to the spirits of the animals they hunted. Furthermore, art and rituals could strengthen group cohesion and help individuals cope with the challenges of their daily lives. In a world where survival was uncertain, the shared experience of art-making and ritual practices could provide comfort and meaning. They often explored themes of life, death, and the natural world, helping people make sense of their place within it. Thus, ritual and art were not just cultural expressions. They were essential tools for survival, community reinforcement, and the exploration of spirituality in prehistoric hunter-gatherer societies. The shift to agriculture during the Neolithic period was one of the most significant changes in human history. Before this transition, humans primarily lived as hunter-gatherers, relying on the collection of wild plants and the hunting of animals. This way of life required constant movement as groups searched for food, leading to small and mobile communities. With the development of farming, people began to cultivate crops and domesticate animals. This change allowed them to settle in one place, leading to the establishment of permanent villages. As communities grew larger, they could support more people than the nomadic lifestyle could. This shift facilitated greater population densities and led to complex social structures and interactions among groups. Agriculture enabled people to produce surplus food, more than they needed for immediate consumption. This surplus not only improved nutrition, but also allowed some members of society to pursue specialized roles beyond food production, such as crafts, trade, and governance. This specialization sparked innovation and cultural development, creating a rich tapestry of art, tools, and social organization. As societies became more complex, they faced new challenges, which shaped their cultures and systems. The need for shared resources and land management fostered early forms of governance and social hierarchies, where leaders emerged to make decisions about land and agricultural practices. Conflicts over resources could arise, leading to the development of more organized defense systems and even warfare. With the foundation of agriculture, humans began to establish trade networks, exchanging not only goods but also ideas across different communities. This interconnectedness contributed to the growth of civilizations, laying the groundwork for cultural advancements, writing, and the eventual rise of cities. The transition to agriculture during the Neolithic period transformed human societies from small, mobile groups into settled communities with complex social structures, enabling advancements in technology, culture, and organization that continue to influence life today. Megalithic structures like Stonehenge are fascinating monuments that spark the imagination and elude full understanding. These massive stone formations were built thousands of years ago, and their purposes still remain a topic of debate among historians and archaeologists. One of the biggest mysteries is why such monumental effort was put into creating them. Did they serve as astronomical calendars, aligning with the sun during the solstices, or were they religious sites for rituals and ceremonies? The logistics of transporting and placing these immense stones are also puzzling. Some of the stones at Stonehenge weigh several tons, and moving them would have required advanced methods, teamwork, and considerable resources, all of which hint at a highly organized society. This leads to questions about the social structure of the people who built these monuments. Did they have a centralized leadership, or were they a community working together for a common purpose? Another layer of mystery surrounds the construction techniques used. While some theories suggest that they may have utilized sledges, rollers, or even waterways to transport the stones, the exact methods remain speculative. The technology and tools available during that era were simple compared to what we have today, yet they achieved remarkable results that showcase strong engineering skills. Moreover, the alignment of stones has led researchers to explore deeper astronomical connections. The precise positioning of the stones seems to mark celestial events, like the solstices and equinoxes, arguably serving an important role in agriculture or in the society's understanding of the cosmos. But whether this was intentional or developed over time without a formal system remains unclear. As scientists continue to study these monuments through archaeological techniques, new discoveries sometimes reshape our understanding. However, each finding only seems to add more questions to this ancient puzzle. Stonehenge and similar megalithic structures remain mysterious, reflecting the complexities of human culture, beliefs, and the desire to connect with the universe. Scholars have long been fascinated by ancient monuments, viewing them as windows into the past that reveal much about the cultures that created them. These structures often served multiple purposes, stretching beyond mere functionality. For instance, many monuments were built as places of worship, demonstrating humanity's desire to connect with the divine. They showcase architectural skill and the ability to mobilize resources and labor for large-scale projects, reflecting the social organization and priorities of the society. Additionally, ancient monuments often acted as markers of identity, signaling community beliefs and values. They may have served as gathering places for rituals that reinforced social cohesion or commemorated significant historical events, anchoring a community's collective memory. For example, the alignment of some structures with celestial bodies indicates that ancient people were not only observing the skies, but also understanding their relationship with the cosmos, intertwining daily life with astronomical phenomena. Scholars also investigate the artistic elements of these monuments, interpreting the symbolism and iconography embedded within them. Such artistic choices can reveal insights into the beliefs and philosophies of different cultures, showcasing their unique worldviews. Furthermore, the longevity of these structures suggests that they were intended to endure through generations, serving as lasting legacies that echoed the achievements and aspirations of their creators. The interpretation of ancient monuments highlights their multifaceted roles in society: spiritual, cultural, historical, and artistic. They are not just remnants of the past. They are rich narratives that continue to shape our understanding of human history and the diverse paths taken by different civilizations. Prehistoric people showcased remarkable ingenuity and resourcefulness when constructing their massive and enduring structures. One of their key techniques involved using readily available materials, such as stone, wood, and clay, which they shaped and assembled with great care. For instance, many megalithic structures were built using large stones that were carefully quarried and transported, often over great distances. To move these hefty stones, they likely employed simple but effective methods, such as using logs as rollers or creating sleds to help slide them along the ground. Additionally, they may have also used manpower, working together in groups to lift and position the stones accurately. The organization of labor was crucial. Communities often collaborated, sharing skills and knowledge to complete these monumental projects. Building techniques also included the use of basic tools, such as chisels to carve stone and hammers to shape materials. They would have utilized rudimentary engineering principles to ensure stability. For example, by stacking stones in a precise manner, they could create arches or corbelled roofs, which evenly distributed weight and prevented collapse. Another vital aspect of their construction techniques was understanding the local environment. Prehistoric builders considered the landscape, weather patterns, and natural resources, allowing them to choose optimal locations and materials. Some structures were aligned with astronomical events, indicating that they possessed knowledge of celestial bodies and their movements, which further guided their construction choices. These techniques laid the groundwork for remarkable structures that have withstood the test of time, showcasing not only their practical skills, but also their cultural and social achievements. The endurance of these sites serves as a testament to the creativity and determination of our prehistoric ancestors. Astronomy and natural cycles were fundamental in shaping the design of megalithic sites, reflecting a deep connection between ancient peoples and the cosmos. Imagine the night sky, a canvas of stars and constellations that changes with the seasons. For early humans, these celestial movements were not just beautiful, they were crucial for survival. They tracked the changing positions of the sun, moon, and stars to guide agricultural practices, knowing when to plant and harvest crops based on seasonal patterns. Many megalithic sites, such as Stonehenge or the Passage Tombs of Ireland, demonstrate this profound understanding of astronomy. These structures were often aligned with specific celestial events, like the rising or setting of the sun during solstices, which mark the longest and shortest days of the year. Such alignments suggest that these early societies not only observed but celebrated these natural cycles, using monumental architecture to anchor their cultural and agricultural calendars. The stones themselves became instruments of observation, allowing ancient builders to create a kind of astronomical calendar. By aligning the stones to key solar and lunar positions, they could track time and seasonal changes, ensuring they maintained harmony with the rhythms of nature. This connection to the cosmos was more than practical. It was a blend of science, spirituality, and community identity. Furthermore, these sites often served as gathering places where people would come together to mark important times in the calendar year, reinforcing social bonds and shared traditions. By incorporating astronomical knowledge into their architecture, ancient cultures not only demonstrated their understanding of the universe's cycles, but also created lasting symbols of their connection to the earth and sky. This interplay between natural cycles and human activity continues to intrigue and inspire modern exploration of ancient practices. Cave shelters offer a fascinating window into the daily lives of prehistoric humans. These natural structures provided protection from the elements and predators, making them ideal living spaces. Inside these caves, archaeologists have discovered a trove of artifacts that illuminate how our ancestors lived, hunted, and interacted with their environment. One significant piece of evidence comes from the remnants of fires. The presence of charcoal and ash indicates that early humans used fire for warmth, cooking, and light. This not only signifies a level of social organization as they gathered around fires, but also suggests they were skilled at controlling and using fire for various purposes. Tools found in caves, made from stones or bones, reveal the techniques and methods used by these early people for hunting and gathering. Different types of tools indicate a range of tasks, from cutting meat to processing plants. Such findings tell us not only about what prehistoric humans consumed, but also about their ingenuity and adaptation to their surroundings. Cave art also provides incredible insights. These paintings and carvings, depicting animals, human figures, and abstract symbols, give clues about social rituals, beliefs, and the important relationships these communities had with animals and nature. They imply a shared culture and possibly even storytelling, suggesting that these early humans had complex thoughts and emotions, much like we do today. Further evidence comes from remnants of food, such as bones and plant matter, left behind in cave shelters. The types of animals hunted or the characteristic plants gathered inform us about the local ecosystem. They also indicate seasonal patterns in human movement and resource use, hinting at an understanding of the natural world that guided their survival strategies. Thus, through the examination of fires, tools, artistic expressions, and food remnants, cave shelters paint a detailed picture of prehistoric human life, showcasing their adaptation, creativity, and social complexity. Each discovery contributes to a broader understanding of how our ancestors lived, what they valued, and how they interacted with their environment. Caves served as more than just shelters for prehistoric communities. They were essential to their survival, shaped significantly by their unique environmental conditions. Inside a cave, temperatures tend to remain stable, providing a refuge from the harsh weather outside. During chilly nights, caves kept communities warm, allowing them to conserve energy and resources. The humidity levels and darkness of caves also played a crucial role. They often encouraged the growth of moisture-loving plants and fungi, which could offer additional food sources. Prehistoric peoples would have adapted their diets to include these resources when available. Furthermore, the cool, dark environments of caves provided protection against predators and harsh conditions, enabling communities to rest and rear their young safely. Caves often contained mineral deposits, and early humans would have recognized the potential in these materials. Tools made from stone or bone could be shaped from resources found near cave entrances, enhancing hunting and gathering strategies. The strategic positioning of caves also offered a vantage point for hunting. Communities could observe their surroundings from a concealed location, increasing their chances for a successful hunt. Social dynamics were likely influenced by cave living as well. The confined space of a cave would foster closer interactions among community members, encouraging cooperation and the sharing of resources. Over time, caves could become cultural hubs, rich with art and symbolic expressions reflecting the lives and beliefs of those prehistoric groups. All these factors combine to create a dynamic relationship between the environmental characteristics of caves and the survival strategies of the prehistoric communities that made them their home. The adaptability to such environments was a testament to the ingenuity of early humans in overcoming the challenges of their world. Cave art is more than just ancient drawings. It served as a vital communication tool and a means of spiritual expression for early humans. Picture dark caves illuminated only by flickering torchlight, where our ancestors gathered to create images of animals, human figures, and symbols. These artworks provide insights into their daily lives, hunting practices, and social structures. By depicting animals they hunted, They were likely sharing knowledge about these creatures, their behaviors, and the best times to pursue them. But cave art also went beyond practicality. Many researchers believe these images had spiritual significance. The act of creating art in these hidden spaces might have held ritualistic importance, possibly intended to evoke the power of the animals or to ensure successful hunts. It's as if the cave served as a sacred space where people could connect with their beliefs, hopes, or even fears about the world around them. Furthermore, the way these figures were painted, sometimes with specific colors derived from minerals, shows a deep understanding of material culture. The repetition of certain symbols or motifs over generations suggests they conveyed shared meanings or cultural stories, helping to define a group's identity. Thus, cave art was a profound blend of communication, storytelling, and spiritual connection, a mirror reflecting the lives and beliefs of the people who created it. Caves have long been viewed as simple shelters or storage spaces for early humans and animals. Recent discoveries, however, have completely transformed this perspective. Researchers have found evidence that many caves were used for a variety of purposes that go far beyond just basic survival needs. For instance, certain caves show signs of ancient art, indicating that they served as places for expression and communication. These artworks suggest that caves were not only shelters, but also venues for rituals and community gatherings. In some cases, archaeological finds reveal that caves were carefully chosen for their acoustics, hinting at their use for music or chanting during significant events. Furthermore, modern explorations have uncovered evidence of ancient farming and food preservation techniques implemented within cave systems. For example, some caves retained cool, stable temperatures conducive to storing perishables, helping ancient peoples manage their food supplies more effectively. Additionally, findings of artifacts such as tools, pottery, and even hearths demonstrate that caves were also multifunctional spaces, supporting a range of activities from cooking to socializing. These insights challenge the outdated notion that caves were merely places of refuge, revealing a more complex understanding of our ancestors' lifestyles. Ultimately, these new discoveries encourage us to reconsider the historical significance of caves, viewing them not simply as shelters, but as vital cultural hubs where creativity, community, and innovation thrived. Çatalhöyük is an extraordinary archaeological site located in modern-day Turkey, and it provides a remarkable window into the lives of some of the earliest human communities. Dating back to around 9,000 years ago, this ancient city is one of the oldest known examples of a settled society. Unlike many later cities, Çatalhöyük was constructed without streets or roads. Instead, houses were built closely together, with people accessing their homes through the rooftops. This design created a unique environment where personal and communal spaces mingled closely. The significance of Çatalhöyük extends beyond its unusual architecture. The site reveals a wealth of information about early agricultural practices and lifestyle. The inhabitants cultivated crops like wheat and barley and domesticated animals, marking a significant shift from a nomadic hunter-gatherer lifestyle to settled farming communities. This development was pivotal in shaping human civilization, allowing societies to grow in size and complexity. Excavations at Çatalhöyük have unearthed numerous artifacts, including pottery, tools, and elaborate wall paintings depicting animals and human figures. These artistic expressions suggest a rich cultural and spiritual life. The presence of burials within houses also indicates complex beliefs regarding life, death, and the afterlife, elements that would influence many cultures that followed. Çatalhöyük's importance lies in its role as a symbol of early human innovation, social structure, and cultural expression. The insights gleaned from this remarkable site contribute not only to our understanding of ancient societies, but also highlight the foundations upon which modern humans built their civilizations. Göbekli Tepe, located in modern-day Turkey, is one of the oldest known archaeological sites, shedding light on the development of human civilization. Its discovery has transformed our understanding of early human society. The site dates back to around 10,000 years ago, during a time when humans were still primarily hunter-gatherers. What's remarkable about Göbekli Tepe is that it features massive stone structures with intricate carvings, suggesting that organized labor and complex social structures existed long before the advent of agriculture. Excavations at Göbekli Tepe show a series of circular enclosures built with large, T-shaped stone pillars, many adorned with animal reliefs and symbolic imagery. These findings indicate that early humans gathered not just for survival, but also for social and possibly religious purposes. This suggests a significant cultural evolution during this period, where people might have come together to celebrate rituals, share ideas, and foster community ties, marking an early step towards settled life. As for the rise of Göbekli Tepe, the impressive architecture reveals the social and communal organization necessary to undertake such large-scale projects. This requires planning, resource allocation, and a cooperative effort among groups of people, which hints at the possible emergence of leadership and social hierarchies. These structures likely served as a focal point for the community, suggesting a shared belief system and possibly leading to more permanent settlements in the region. However, the fall of Göbekli Tepe is equally fascinating. Evidence shows that after several centuries of activity, the site was intentionally buried around 8,000 years ago. This act of filling in the monumental structures could indicate a shift in cultural practices or priorities. Changing environmental conditions, competition for resources, or evolving social dynamics might have led the inhabitants to abandon their ceremonial centers in favor of more practical living spaces, perhaps as agriculture began to take precedence in their lives. The archaeological findings at Göbekli Tepe portray a narrative of transformation, from nomadic tribes to settled societies, highlighting the complex interrelationship between social, environmental, and technological changes. As researchers continue to study this ancient site, they uncover not just historical facts, but also insights into the fundamental changes that shape the trajectory of human civilization. The Indus Valley Civilization, one of the earliest urban cultures, thrived around the same time as ancient Egypt and Mesopotamia, yet many aspects of its society and architecture remain shrouded in mystery. One of the most striking features is its advanced city planning. Cities like Harappa and Mohenjo-Daro had well-organized layouts, complete with grid patterns, impressive drainage systems, and standardized brick sizes. These achievements suggest a high degree of social organization and strong governance, but the exact mechanisms behind this coordination are not fully understood. In terms of societal structure, there are questions about the roles and status of different groups. Archaeological findings indicate that there may have been a sophisticated economy featuring trade, but the lack of deciphered written records leaves scholars guessing about the nature of their social hierarchies and governance. Did they operate as a unified state or as a collection of city-states? This ambiguity fuels speculation and debate among historians and archaeologists. The art and craftsmanship of the Indus people are equally intriguing. They created intricate seals, pottery, and jewelry, displaying significant skill and aesthetic values. Yet, the meanings behind their symbols and artworks are unclear. What did the designs on their seals signify? Were they religious, commercial, or something else entirely? The absence of decipherable writing adds another layer of enigma to their cultural practices. Another captivating question is about their decline. Around 2,000 years before the Common Era, cities of the Indus Valley started to fade away. Climate changes, such as shifts in river patterns and a potential decrease in rainfall, might have played a role, but exactly how these factors interacted with their society remains uncertain. The vast wealth and complexity they had achieved contrasted sharply with their relatively swift decline, leaving a puzzle that invites ongoing research and discovery. The architectural feats of the Indus Valley civilization showcase remarkable ingenuity, while their societal structures, cultural practices, and eventual disappearance provoke curiosity and further investigation. Each unanswered question adds depth to our understanding of this fascinating ancient civilization, inviting us to explore the forces that shaped their world. Climate and environmental changes played a significant role in the decline of various prehistoric cultures, often impacting their way of life and ability to thrive. Imagine ancient societies that relied heavily on agriculture. These civilizations depended on predictable weather patterns to plant and harvest their crops. However, when shifts in climate occurred, such as prolonged droughts or unexpected floods, these communities faced serious challenges. Their crops could fail, leading to food shortages, and people would struggle to find enough resources to survive. As temperatures changed, habitats that once supported game animals might have transformed, leading to reduced hunting opportunities. This could put immense pressure on communities that depended on hunting for their nutrition. With their traditional food sources diminishing, these cultures might have had to migrate in search of better conditions, disrupting their social structures and traditions. Additionally, rising sea levels could have submerged coastal settlements, forcing populations to abandon their homes. When environmental conditions deteriorated, cultural cohesion was often put to the test. People might have struggled not only with food shortages, but also with social conflicts, as competing groups clashed over diminishing resources. These environmental stresses did not affect every culture equally. Some were resilient and adapted their practices to changing conditions, while others faced decline. Over time, as conditions worsened, it could lead to a total collapse of a culture. Understanding these dynamics helps us appreciate how intertwined human societies are with their environments, a lesson that still resonates today as we face our own climate challenges. Throughout the vast expanse of Earth's history, marine life has undergone significant transformations, reflecting the changing climates, environments, and evolutionary innovations. During the Cambrian period, approximately 540 million years ago, a remarkable diversity of life began to emerge in the oceans. Among the dominant creatures were trilobites, shelled organisms with segmented bodies and hard exoskeletons. These creatures were among the first to develop complex eyes and inhabited various ecological niches in the marine environment. Transitioning into the Ordovician period, which followed the Cambrian, sea life saw the rise of large mollusks, particularly cephalopods, which included ancestors of modern squids and octopuses. As these creatures evolved, their abilities for movement and predation expanded, allowing them to thrive as effective hunters in the ancient seas. In addition, colonies of corals began to form, laying the groundwork for future reef ecosystems. The Silurian period introduced even more complexity as jawless fish appeared, paving the way for the evolution of more specialized fish forms. During this time, the oceans were populated by primitive sharks and other kin, showcasing a shift towards more advanced vertebrate life. As we move into the Devonian period, often referred to as the Age of Fishes, fish diversity exploded. Armored fish and early forms of both cartilaginous and bony fish dominated the waters. Meanwhile, giant predatory fish, such as the formidable Dunkleosteus, emerged, boasting powerful jaws capable of crushing prey. The end of this period gave rise to the Carboniferous, where marine environments were rich with various echinoderms, like sea urchins and sea stars, alongside abundant ammonites, which are ancient cousins of squids with spiral shells. These creatures thrived in lush, shallow waters that formed extensive marine ecosystems. Continuing further into the Mesozoic era, the Triassic period marked the rise of more recognizable marine reptiles, such as ichthyosaurs and plesiosaurs, which ruled the oceans. They were known for their streamlined bodies adapted for efficient swimming, allowing them to become highly effective predators. In the Jurassic and Cretaceous periods, large marine reptiles continued to dominate, while sharks diversified further, becoming increasingly sophisticated hunters. The presence of large marine dinosaurs, like plesiosaurs and mosasaurs, along with a rich tapestry of fish, including ray-finned fish that we see today, created a vibrant marine landscape. However, as the Cretaceous period came to a close around 66 million years ago due to a mass extinction event, many marine organisms suffered dramatic losses. This laid the groundwork for the rise of modern marine life in the following Paleogene period, where mammals began to fill ecological roles that were left vacant. Through the many prehistoric eras, the oceans have continuously evolved, giving rise to an astonishing variety of dominant marine creatures, each adapted to their time, reflecting the dynamic and ever-changing story of life on Earth. Prehistoric ocean ecosystems were remarkably different from the vibrant communities we see today. Imagine vast, ancient waters teeming with life forms that have long since vanished. During different periods, these oceans hosted diverse creatures that might seem strange to us now. In the ancient seas, large aquatic reptiles ruled, such as the ichthyosaurs and mosasaurs, which were not fish but entirely separate marine reptiles. They implemented powerful adaptations for life in water, showcasing the immense evolutionary experimentation of their time. The overall design of prehistoric ecosystems was also distinct due to what filled those waters. For instance, during certain eras, enormous kelp forests existed, providing habitat and food for various species. However, they were markedly different from modern kelp environments. Instead of the familiar fish and dolphins, you might have found strange armored creatures like trilobites crawling along the seabed, or large predatory cephalopods with complex behaviors. Coral reefs, which are now vital for marine biodiversity, were not as prevalent back then. Their structures were mainly formed by different types of organisms, which supported unique communities of life that may not resemble today's reefs. Another significant difference lay in the ocean's chemistry. The levels of oxygen, carbon dioxide, and other essential elements varied greatly throughout time, influencing which species thrived. For example, the oceans were often far warmer and more acidic in prehistoric ages compared to today. These varying conditions allowed for different life forms to evolve and compete for survival. By looking deeply into the fossils and geological records, scientists can paint a picture of these ancient ecosystems, revealing a world where life was both familiar and exotic, shaped by unique challenges and opportunities of its time. Fossils provide the primary evidence for ancient sea predators, revealing their existence and behaviors through preserved remains. These fossils can include skeletal structures from large creatures like dinosaurs and early marine reptiles, offering insights into their size, shape, and adaptations. For instance, the discovery of massive teeth belonging to creatures like megalodon showcases their predatory nature. In some cases, fossils even show bite marks on other marine animals, indicating these predators' feeding habits. By examining the physical characteristics of these predators, scientists can infer their hunting techniques and dietary preferences. For example, streamlined bodies suggest speed in the water, while powerful jaws hint at a capacity for crushing prey. Additionally, sediment layers can provide context for these ancient predators, showing us what environments they thrived in, whether they preferred shallow coastal waters or deep ocean floors. Isotope analysis of the remains can also reveal information about their migration patterns and dietary habits, giving further clues about their role in prehistoric ecosystems. Ancient artwork and carvings found in various cultures occasionally depict large sea creatures, reflecting humanity's long-standing fascination and fear of sea predators. Collectively, these findings not only highlight the existence of these ancient creatures, but also help us understand their ecological impact and the role they played in maintaining the balance of marine life millions of years ago. Climatic shifts have played a significant role in shaping marine biodiversity throughout the ages. Picture the Earth's surface as a living canvas that undergoes continuous changes due to temperature fluctuations, ocean currents, and even the composition of the atmosphere. During prehistoric eras, these shifts influenced which species thrived and which faced extinction. In warmer periods, oceans became lush environments, teeming with life. coral reefs flourished, providing habitats for a multitude of fish and invertebrates. The increased warmth means that ocean waters can hold less oxygen, which can lead to die-offs among species unable to adapt. During these times, whole ecosystems evolved, bringing new species that specialized in these warmer waters. Conversely, during ice ages and periods of cooling, marine life faced drastic challenges. Sea levels dropped, which reduced the area of shallow seas, essential breeding grounds for many species. These shifts led to significant extinctions, particularly among those unable to migrate to more hospitable waters. However, some species demonstrated resilience, adapting to the colder conditions and evolving into forms we might recognize today. Sea currents also shifted due to climatic changes, impacting nutrient distribution in oceans. In certain eras, the movement of water changes the availability of food, which can either support a burst of new life or lead to population declines. For example, when currents carried nutrients into coastal regions, thriving communities of plankton would flourish, setting off a chain reaction of abundance that supported larger marine animals. Furthermore, the relationship between land and sea was dynamic as land masses drifted and changed shape, impacting marine environments. This could lead to the isolation of populations, sparking the process of evolution as groups adapted to new conditions over millions of years. Climatic shifts through prehistoric eras reshaped marine biodiversity profoundly by influencing temperatures, habitats, and interactions among species. Each change left an indelible mark, causing some species to flourish while others faded into extinction, illustrating the delicate balance of life in our oceans. Earth's climate has undergone significant changes throughout prehistoric times, shaping the environment and influencing the evolution of all life forms. In the earliest days, around 4 billion years ago, the planet was vastly different. It was hot and dominated by volcanic activity, with a thick atmosphere of gases like carbon dioxide and water vapor. As the Earth cooled, oceans began to form, providing a stable environment for early life to emerge. Over the following millions of years, the climate oscillated between warm and cold periods. One major shift occurred around 2 billion years ago, marking the Great Oxidation Event. Life, particularly photosynthetic organisms, began producing oxygen as a byproduct of photosynthesis. Gradually, this oxygen saturated the atmosphere, leading to a dramatic change in climate and allowing for the evolution of new life forms. During the late Paleozoic era, roughly 300 million years ago, Earth experienced a significant drop in temperatures, leading to extensive glaciation. This cold period resulted in the formation of large ice sheets and profoundly altered habitats. Following this, during the early Mesozoic era, Earth warmed again, leading to lush forests and the rise of dinosaurs. Another remarkable shift occurred around 60 million years ago, at the end of the last ice age. The planet warmed rapidly, resulting in widespread extinction, but also giving rise to a variety of new species, including mammals. This era marked the beginning of modern climates, with polar ice caps forming and the establishment of distinct climate zones. Today, as we look back, it's clear that Earth's climate evolution has been a complex interplay of natural forces and biological activity, each influencing the other in profound ways. These shifts have not only remodeled the planet's surface, but have also paved the way for the diverse ecosystems we see today. Understanding these past fluctuations helps us comprehend the current changes in our climate and their future implications. Volcanic activity has played a significant role in shaping the prehistoric climate and influencing life on Earth. When a volcano erupts, it releases a mixture of gases, ash, and lava into the atmosphere. These eruptions can alter the planet's climate for extended periods. The vast amounts of ash can create a thick cloud that blocks sunlight from reaching the Earth's surface. This lack of sunlight can lead to a drop in temperatures, which can be likened to a temporary winter. Such a decrease in temperature can affect climate patterns and precipitate a change in ecosystems. For instance, during periods of high volcanic activity, like the one that occurred millions of years ago in what is known as the Permian period, the planet experienced massive extinction events. The cooling effects of volcanic eruptions, combined with the release of sulfur dioxide, can create acid rain and further stress plant life. This, in turn, disrupts entire food chains. As the climate cools and habitats change, species that thrive in specific environments may struggle to survive, leading to widespread extinctions. Additionally, volcanic eruptions can contribute to long-term climate changes by releasing greenhouse gases like carbon dioxide over extended periods. While short bursts of cooling due to ash can follow an eruption, the sustained release of carbon dioxide can contribute to gradual warming, significantly altering ecosystems and influencing the evolution of species. Life has had to adapt to these shifts, leading to periods of rapid evolution or adaptation among flora and fauna. Volcanic activity serves as a double-edged sword. While it can cause immediate and catastrophic changes that threaten life, it can also pave the way for new forms of life to flourish in the aftermath. Understanding these influences allows us to appreciate the dynamic relationship between geological events and biological evolution throughout Earth's history. Sediment cores and ice records serve as time capsules that help scientists understand ancient climate conditions. Think of sediment cores as layered history books found at the bottom of oceans, lakes, or riverbeds. Each layer accumulates over time, capturing fragments of organic material, minerals, and even tiny forms of life. By drilling deep into these accumulations, researchers can extract long columns of sediment that tell a story of the Earth's past climates, sometimes stretching back hundreds of thousands of years. As scientists analyze these layers, they look for changes in the composition and color of sediments. For instance, darker layers may indicate wetter conditions, while lighter layers could point to drier periods. Additionally, the microscopic fossils within the sediment reveal what kinds of plants and animals thrived at different times, giving us a clearer picture of the environmental conditions. On the flip side, ice records come from glaciers and ice sheets, primarily in areas like Antarctica and Greenland. When snow falls and accumulates, it compresses into ice. Each layer of ice traps air bubbles and particles that were present at the time the snow fell. By drilling through these ice layers, scientists can extract long cylinders of ice, similar to sediment cores. The trapped air bubbles contain ancient atmospheric gases, such as carbon dioxide and methane, which indicate the levels of these gases thousands of years ago. This data is imperative for understanding how greenhouse gases have changed in relation to global temperatures. Both sediment cores and ice records act as essential archives of Earth's climate history. They allow scientists to piece together a comprehensive timeline of how our planet's climate has shifted due to natural processes and potentially human influence, providing critical insights into the challenges we face today regarding climate change. By studying these records, we can better prepare for the future based on lessons from the past. The prehistoric climate had profound effects on the plants and animals that lived during those times, shaping entire ecosystems across the globe. In warmer periods, tropical conditions prevailed, encouraging lush forests filled with diverse vegetation. These environments provided abundant food and shelter, allowing a wide variety of animals to thrive, from giant herbivores to agile predators. For instance, during the time of the dinosaurs, the climate was much warmer than today, creating ideal conditions for large reptiles to roam vast green plains. As the climate shifted towards cooler periods, habitats changed dramatically. Forests might have transitioned into grasslands, and desert regions could have expanded. These alterations influenced which plants could survive and how animals adapted. Species that thrived in cooler temperatures, like woolly mammoths and saber-toothed cats, developed specific traits to endure ice ages, such as thick fur and specialized hunting techniques. In certain regions, changes in rainfall patterns dramatically affected the types of vegetation that could grow. Areas that were once wet and forested could become dry, leading to the extinction of many plant species and forcing animals to adapt or migrate. Conversely, regions receiving more rain might see an explosion of plant life, drawing in herbivores and subsequently their predators. Overall, the prehistoric climate was a dynamic force that shaped life on Earth, influencing everything from species evolution and migration patterns to the formation of entire ecosystems. Understanding these ancient climatic shifts provides key insights into how today's flora and fauna might respond to our continuously changing environment. Fossilization is a fascinating process that captures the remnants of ancient life, allowing us to glimpse into Earth's distant past. Imagine a prehistoric organism like a fish or a dinosaur that lived millions of years ago. When it dies, several things can happen, leading to its eventual fossilization. First, the organism must be buried quickly by sediment, such as mud, sand, or volcanic ash. This rapid burial helps protect the remains from scavengers and environmental conditions that could cause decay. Over time, layers of sediment accumulate on top, creating pressure. As more layers build up, the extreme weight compresses the sediment and the organic remains beneath. Next comes a process called mineralization. As water seeps through the sediment, it can carry minerals from the surrounding area. These minerals can infiltrate the bones or shells of the organism, slowly replacing the original organic material. This gradual replacement transforms the remains into rock-like fossils. In some cases, instead of complete replacement, minerals fill in the spaces where the original material has decayed, forming a cast that retains the shape of the organism. Another process that can lead to fossilization is the formation of amber. In certain environments, tree sap can trap small organisms. Over time, the sap hardens into amber, preserving the trapped creature in stunning detail. Additionally, conditions of extreme dryness or cold can lead to mummification. This occurs when organisms are preserved in environments where decay processes slow down significantly, allowing their bodies to be preserved with little alteration. Each of these processes highlights a unique path leading to fossilization, demonstrating how different conditions can preserve life forms in various ways. It is a delicate balance of environment and time that ultimately allows us to uncover the stories of creatures from eras long past. Paleontologists play a crucial role in uncovering the secrets of our planet's past through the study of fossils. When they discover fossilized remains, they begin a fascinating journey of interpretation. These remains can include bones, teeth, shells, and even traces of ancient plants. Each fossil is a piece of a puzzle that tells a story about what life was like millions of years ago. The first step in this process is examining the physical characteristics of the fossils. Paleontologists observe the shape, size, and structure of the remains. For instance, the size and shape of a dinosaur bone can provide clues about the animal's diet or how it moved. A strong, thick bone may suggest a creature that was large and heavy, while a lightweight bone might indicate agility and speed. Next, paleontologists place these findings in the context of their environment. Fossils are often found in sedimentary rock layers which have formed over time under specific conditions. By studying these layers, scientists can deduce the environment where the creatures lived. For example, a fossil found in a rock layer that formed in water might indicate that the animal was aquatic. Paleontologists also use comparative anatomy, which involves examining similar structures in different species, living and extinct. This helps them determine relationships between different organisms. For example, the similarities between the bones of birds and certain dinosaurs suggest a common ancestry. This concept of evolution helps reconstruct the tree of life, showing how species are related and how they have changed over time. Isotope analysis, a method that studies the chemical composition of fossils, can provide additional information about ancient climates and diets. By analyzing the isotopes within fossilized remains, scientists can learn what the creature ate and what kind of environment it lived in, whether it was a warm forest or a cool desert. Finally, Paleontologists bring together all these observations and analyses to build a picture of ancient ecosystems. They may recreate how these creatures interacted with each other and their environments, giving us a glimpse into a world long gone. Through careful examination and interpretation, paleontologists help us understand not just individual species, but the complex web of life that has existed on Earth over billions of years. Every fossil carries with it a story waiting to be told, and it is through their meticulous work that we can begin to understand the history of life on our planet. Technology has transformed the way we discover and analyze fossils, allowing scientists to uncover the secrets of the past with remarkable precision. In the quest for fossils, advances such as remote sensing and geographical information systems enable researchers to scan large areas quickly, identifying potential excavation sites without disturbing the ground. Drones equipped with high-resolution cameras can map terrains and even capture images of fossil-rich layers that might be difficult to reach on foot. Once fossils are found, technology plays a vital role in their analysis. For instance, three-dimensional scanning creates detailed digital models of fossils, allowing researchers to study them in fine detail without jeopardizing their integrity. This digital approach offers the ability to share findings globally and collaborate with experts who may be thousands of miles away. Furthermore, imaging techniques such as computed tomography provide insight into the internal structure of fossils. This technique uses X-rays to create cross-sectional images, revealing the inner details of bones or even soft tissues that have rarely been seen before. Such insights can lead to groundbreaking discoveries about ancient life forms and their environments. Genome sequencing technology also plays a part in paleontology today. By analyzing the DNA remnants found within fossils, scientists can investigate relationships among species and gain a clearer understanding of evolutionary pathways. This molecular approach adds depth to the traditional methods of studying fossils, marrying paleontology with genetics to build a more complete picture of life's history on Earth. Technology acts as a powerful ally in paleontology, enhancing our ability to explore and comprehend the fossil record. It opens up new avenues for discovery, making the past more accessible and understandable than ever before. Fossil discoveries play a crucial role in enhancing our understanding of prehistoric ecosystems. When scientists uncover a fossil, it's like finding a piece of a puzzle that gives insight into life millions of years ago. Each fossil sheds light on the organisms that once inhabited an area, revealing details about their physical characteristics, behaviors, and interactions with their environment. For instance, discovering a new dinosaur species allows scientists to reconsider the diversity of that group and how different species fitted into their ecosystems. This can change our understanding of who their predators and prey were, how they might have migrated, and even how they adapted to their environment. Fossils of plants are equally vital. They indicate past climates and provide evidence of how ecosystems changed over time in response to shifts in temperature, moisture, and other environmental factors. Similarly, the discovery of ancient marine life in sediment layers can inform us about oceanic conditions such as salinity and depth, and even how these animals adapted to their surroundings. When fossils are found in groups, they create a clearer picture of food webs and the balance of life forms within those ecosystems. Every significant find can challenge existing theories. For example, a fossil thought to belong to a particular era might be dated differently due to new methods or contextual evidence. This prompts scientists to rethink established timelines and the evolution of species. The integration of these new findings often leads to a comprehensive understanding of how ecosystems functioned, including the impact of extinction events and climate change, helping to shape our view of life on Earth as an ever-evolving narrative. Each fossil holds a story that, when pieced together, reveals the complexities of past life on our planet. The study of ancient DNA serves as a time machine for scientists, allowing them to peek into the genetic histories of long-extinct species. By extracting DNA from preserved remains, such as bones or mummies, researchers can unlock valuable information about these organisms, revealing their physical traits, behaviors, and how they interacted with their surroundings. Ancient DNA often provides clues about the evolutionary relationships between species. For example, by comparing the DNA of extinct animals to that of their living relatives, scientists can map out family trees and understand how species evolved over time. This can help reveal why certain species went extinct, highlighting factors such as climate change or competition for resources. Moreover, ancient DNA can shed light on the genetics of extinct species themselves. Techniques have advanced to the point where researchers can sequence complete genomes, uncovering details about their adaptations, diet, and even diseases they faced. For instance, the study of ancient human DNA has illuminated migration patterns and interbreeding events with other hominins, offering a richer narrative of our own ancestry. Additionally, insights gained from ancient DNA have practical implications for conservation. By understanding the genetic diversity of extinct species, scientists can apply lessons learned to modern endangered species, helping to preserve their genetic health and resilience. Ancient DNA is like a puzzle that, piece by piece, reveals the story of life on Earth. Each discovery adds depth to our understanding of the past and informs how we approach the preservation of biodiversity for the future. Extracting and analyzing DNA from prehistoric remains presents unique and significant challenges. The first hurdle is preservation. Over thousands of years, DNA molecules degrade due to environmental factors like temperature changes, moisture, and exposure to different elements. This deterioration makes the retrieval of viable genetic material difficult. Moreover, the age of the remains often leads to contamination. The presence of modern DNA from microbes, plants, or even human handling can mix with ancient samples. This contamination can obscure analysis, resulting in misleading or inaccurate results. To mitigate this, scientists work in highly controlled environments, using equipment dedicated solely to ancient DNA research to avoid cross-contamination. Another challenge lies in the amount of DNA available. Prehistoric remains might yield only tiny fragments of genetic material. These fragments can be incomplete or damaged, which complicates the process of reconstructing the original genome. Researchers often rely on advanced techniques that can sequence these short snippets and infer the larger genetic picture, but this is technically demanding and requires sophisticated computational tools. Additionally, interpreting ancient DNA is complex. The genetic sequences obtained might not have clear comparisons in modern species. This can make it challenging to understand evolutionary relationships or how ancient organisms lived. Scientists often need to create databases that include similar ancient genomes to make meaningful comparisons. Finally, there is also an ethical dimension concerning the study of prehistoric remains. As this research often involves sensitive cultural artifacts, it requires careful consideration of respect for the places and people connected to these remains. This mix of scientific obstacles and ethical responsibility makes the extraction and analysis of ancient DNA a remarkable yet complicated endeavor. Genetic discoveries and fossil records are like two interconnected puzzle pieces that help us understand the history of life on Earth. Fossils provide tangible evidence of ancient organisms, revealing their shapes, sizes, and sometimes even behaviors. They give us snapshots of different time periods, showing how species changed over millions of years. However, fossils alone can leave gaps in our understanding because they don't always tell the complete story of how these organisms are related. On the other hand, genetic research offers a modern lens through which we can examine the relationships between species. By studying the DNA of current and ancient species, scientists can piece together their evolutionary paths. Genes act like a biological history book. They carry information about shared ancestry and can indicate how closely related two species are. For example, if two species share a significant amount of genetic material, it is likely that they descended from a common ancestor, even if that ancestor never left a fossil behind. When genetic findings are combined with fossil evidence, a clearer picture emerges. Fossils may show us that two species existed at the same time, but genetic analysis can reveal their deeper connections and how they evolved over time. This complementary approach allows researchers to confirm hypotheses about evolutionary changes, identify missing links, and sometimes even revise understandings about when certain traits developed. For instance, if a fossil shows a transition between reptiles and birds, genetic data can provide insights into the traits that became prominent in this transition, such as feather development or changes in respiratory systems. Together, these tools enhance our understanding of the complexity of evolution, creating a detailed narrative that captures how life has diversified through time. The intertwining of genetic studies with fossils illuminates the past, allowing us to appreciate the intricate web of life that has led to the world we inhabit today. Scientists harness DNA analysis to unlock secrets about ancient species, providing insights into their appearance and behaviors. By extracting well-preserved DNA from fossils or ancient bones, researchers can piece together an organism's genetic code. This code serves as a blueprint, revealing traits that might have been present, such as size, color, and adaptations to environments. For example, by comparing the DNA of a long-extinct species to that of their modern relatives, scientists can identify significant genetic variations that lead to observable characteristics. Take woolly mammoths, for instance. By studying their DNA, scientists have determined that they had long, shaggy hair and a layer of fat to withstand cold climates, traits that can be debated based on environmental conditions they experienced. Furthermore, DNA analysis allows for glimpses into the behavior of these species. Genetic markers can indicate dietary habits, suggesting whether an ancient creature was a carnivore, herbivore, or omnivore. Additionally, it can reveal information about social structures, such as whether they lived in groups or were solitary, by examining genes related to social behavior. Through these investigations, scientists can also trace evolutionary changes over time. This helps illustrate how species adapted to their surroundings, changing their physical characteristics and behaviors in response to environmental pressures or interactions with other species. Such analysis gives researchers a fuller picture of what life was like millions of years ago, linking past biology to modern ecosystems. DNA analysis acts as a time capsule that informs not only how ancient species might have looked, but also how they lived and thrived in their unique ecological niches. This profound connection between genetics and evolutionary history allows scientists to better understand the saga of life on Earth. Prehistoric land bridges played a crucial role in the movement of species between continents, shaping the biodiversity we see today. Imagine these land bridges as temporary pathways that emerged during periods when sea levels were much lower, often due to glacial periods. When the oceans receded, land that was once covered became visible, connecting separate landmasses. This allowed animals and plants to cross great distances that would normally be impossible. For example, one of the most famous land bridges was Beringia, which connected Asia and North America. During the last ice age, as ice sheets trapped water, many species, such as mammoths and early humans, used this bridge to migrate into new territories. As these animals traveled, they adapted to different environments, leading to the evolution of new species. Some would thrive in their new homes, while others would struggle and possibly vanish. The movement over these land bridges was not just a one-time event. It laid the groundwork for ongoing exchanges between continents. Then there's the connection between Africa and Europe via the Sicilian Bridge, or the one connecting Great Britain to continental Europe. Each migration had significant impacts, such as introducing new predators, herbivores, or plants, which altered existing ecosystems. These land bridges acted as vital corridors for life, allowing species to explore and settle in varied environments while influencing the delicate balance of ecosystems across continents. This migration facilitated genetic exchanges and evolutionary changes that helped shape the planet's rich tapestry of life. To understand the spread of early human populations, we can look at various forms of evidence that paint a comprehensive picture of our ancestors' movement across the planet. One key piece of evidence comes from archaeology. Excavations of ancient tools and artifacts offer insight into how early humans lived, their diet, and the technology they used. These tools, often found in layers of Earth, allow scientists to track the timeline of human migration along with changes in climate and environment that they adapted to. Genetics also provides substantial evidence. By analyzing the DNA from both ancient remains and contemporary populations, researchers can see how early humans migrated. Different genetic markers help trace lineages and reveal how groups branched out and intermingled as they spread across different continents. This genetic evidence often coincides with archaeological findings, creating a stronger narrative of human movement. Paleoclimate data is another crucial factor. Understanding climate changes over thousands of years helps to explain why early humans might have moved from one area to another. For instance, periods of warming could have expanded habitable areas, prompting migration, while colder periods may have restricted movement or forced groups to adapt in new ways. Lastly, the study of fossil remains, including animal bones and plant life from different regions, illustrates the environments early humans inhabited. By mapping where these remains are found, we can connect early human populations to the specific landscapes they thrived in, which in turn informs us about the paths they took as they expanded across the globe. Together, these strands of evidence create a rich tapestry that helps us understand how early human populations maneuvered through challenges and opportunities, shaping the history of humanity we understand today. Isotopic analyses are like a window into the past, revealing the secrets of ancient animals and their movements across the planet. To understand how this works, imagine that every environment leaves a unique chemical fingerprint in the things that live there. Isotopes are different versions of elements, and they can vary in abundance depending on the geographical location and the type of food available. When ancient animals lived in an area, their bodies absorbed these isotopes from the water they drank and the food they consumed. For instance, the ratio of carbon isotopes can indicate what type of plants were eaten, whether they thrived in nutrient-rich soils or in areas with a limited food supply. Similarly, oxygen isotopes in an animal's bones and teeth can tell us about the water sources they relied upon during their lifetime. By analyzing these isotopic signatures, scientists can trace the movement of animals over time. If a particular animal's remains show a shift from one type of isotope to another, it suggests that the animal migrated from one region to a vastly different environment. This migration might have been in search of food due to changes in climate or to find safer habitats. Overall, isotopic analyses provide valuable clues about where these ancient animals roamed, how they adapted to their surroundings, and the ecological changes that influenced their migration patterns. It's like piecing together a puzzle where each isotopic signature reveals a part of the story of life on Earth millions of years ago. The migrations of prehistoric species were influenced by a combination of environmental changes and biological needs. One major driving force was the search for food. As climates shifted, food sources such as plants and smaller animals might have become scarce in certain areas, prompting large populations to move to regions where resources were more abundant. This was especially true during periods of ice ages when large areas were covered in ice, pushing species to find more hospitable environments. Climate played a crucial role as well. Changes in temperature and rainfall patterns could drastically transform landscapes, turning lush forests into arid deserts or vice versa. Such changes would not only affect food availability, but also the habitats suitable for various species. Many creatures migrated in response to these environmental stresses, following the shifting ecosystems and adapting to new conditions. Another significant factor was reproduction. Many species would migrate during certain seasons to breeding grounds that provided better resources for raising their young. For example, some fish and birds travel immense distances to find ideal locations for nesting, ensuring that their offspring have a better chance of survival in safe and resource-rich environments. Predation and competition also played a role. As species populations grew and diverse ecosystems developed, competition for resources became fierce. Some species migrated to escape predators or to find new territories where they could thrive without competing directly with others. Lastly, geological events like volcanic eruptions or earthquakes could create sudden and dramatic changes in the landscape. Such disruptions would force species to adapt quickly, either by migrating or facing extinction. Overall, the migrations of prehistoric species were complex responses to a dynamic world, driven by the fundamental needs for survival, reproduction, and adaptation. Prehistoric ecosystems were dominated by unique predator-prey relationships that influenced not only the animals involved, but also the broader environment. Take, for example, the relationship between large dinosaurs and the smaller herbivores that roamed the land. Massive predators, like the carnivorous Tyrannosaurus rex, hunted agile prey, such as the small ornithopods, creating a delicate balance within their habitat. The presence of such formidable predators ensured that only the fastest and most able herbivores survived, allowing evolution to shape their traits over generations. In aquatic environments, we find notable examples from the age of marine reptiles. Large predators, like the ichthyosaurs, hunted smaller fish and marine invertebrates. The impact of these ancient reptiles dictated the evolution of smaller prey, which needed to develop better swimming abilities and increased agility to evade capture. Similarly, in the oceans, the prehistoric shark species were not only predators of fish, but also influenced the diversity of marine life through their feeding habits. Another fascinating example is seen in the relationships between prehistoric mammals. During the late Paleocene and early Eocene eras, some small predators evolved to hunt small rodents and lagomorphs. The pressure exerted by these predators led to adaptations such as burrowing and camouflage in their prey, revealing a constant evolutionary game of survival. Additionally, large herbivorous dinosaurs, like the sauropods, shaped their ecosystems by consuming vast amounts of vegetation. Their feeding patterns influenced which plant species thrived, thereby impacting the entire food web. These predator-prey dynamics worked in tandem to create a complex network of interactions, affecting not just individual species, but entire ecosystems across prehistoric time. This interplay among predators and prey highlights the delicate balance of life and the ongoing process of evolution that continues to shape our world. Evolutionary arms races between ancient predators and their prey are captivating stories of adaptation and survival. Picture a high-stakes game where each side is constantly evolving to outpace the other. This dynamic begins with a simple principle. Those individuals better suited to their environment are more likely to survive and reproduce. In the case of predators, greater speed or sharper teeth may give them an edge in hunting. Hence, a predator that can run faster may catch more prey, leading to the offspring of fast hunters also being favored. On the other side, prey species develop various defenses. Some might evolve protective shells or toxic chemicals to deter predators, while others could become swifter to escape danger. As one side becomes more resilient, the other must adapt in response. Imagine a scenario where a species of rabbit becomes faster to evade a hunting bird. In return, that bird might develop sharper eyesight or even greater speed to keep up with its potential meal. This cycle of adaptation and counter-adaptation creates a continuous loop of evolutionary changes, resembling a never-ending race where each participant pushes the other to evolve further. Over time, these interactions can lead to significant changes in physical traits and behaviors. For instance, some dinosaurs developed elaborate horns or thick skin as a defense against large predators. while those predators might evolve more powerful jaws or enhanced senses to tackle these increasingly challenging prey. This evolutionary arms race fuels biodiversity as new traits emerge and establish variations that occupy different niches in the ecosystem. This fascinating process underscores the complexity of life on Earth, illustrating how interconnected species drive each other's evolution through their ongoing struggle for survival. Each adaptation tells a story not only of individual species, but also of the intricate web of life that forms our planet's past. Scientists delve into the fascinating world of prehistoric creatures to understand their hunting strategies and defensive tactics by employing a blend of biology, geology, and technology. Much of their work starts with the examination of fossils, which serve as windows into the lives of these ancient animals. Through careful comparison of skeletal structures, researchers can infer how fast an animal might have run, or how agile it could be in a given environment. For instance, long limb bones may suggest that a creature had great speed, useful for chasing down prey or escaping predators. Trackways or fossilized footprints offer additional clues. By studying the size and arrangement of these prints, scientists can piece together social behavior and hunting patterns. For example, if the tracks of several individuals are found together, it may indicate group hunting strategies, suggesting that these creatures collaborated to catch their prey. Teeth and skull shapes also provide vital information. The structure of teeth can reveal an animal's diet. Sharp teeth may indicate a carnivorous diet, suitable for tearing flesh, while flat teeth are more indicative of herbivores that grind plant material. Analyzing wear patterns on these teeth helps scientists understand what the animals ate and how they might have interacted with their environment. Preserved remains of prey found alongside predator fossils can also tell a story. These associations allow scientists to understand predator-prey dynamics and identify possible defensive adaptations in prey, such as thick shells or spines. By looking at fossilized evidence of injuries or wear, scientists can even suggest strategies that might have been used in confrontations, whether fleeing, hiding, or fighting back. In addition to physical evidence, modern technological methods, including computer simulations and digital modeling, enable researchers to recreate the movements and interactions of these animals in different environments. By simulating various scenarios, they can test hypotheses about how these prehistoric creatures lived, hunted, and defended themselves. Together, these diverse approaches form a more complete picture of how ancient life once thrived, revealing intricate behaviors that allowed species to survive in a world vastly different from our own. Evidence for collaborative hunting among ancient carnivores comes from multiple sources, including fossil records, bone analysis, and comparisons with modern animal behaviors. Paleontologists have discovered fossilized remains of certain species, such as large cats and early canids, that often show signs of having lived and hunted together. These fossils frequently reveal indications of teamwork in their physical structure, like strong jaws suited for bringing down large prey and sharp, coordinated teeth that suggest a shared hunting strategy. Additionally, sites where multiple animal fossils are found together can indicate social behavior. For instance, if remains of several animals are discovered in a single location, it can imply that they hunted in groups, possibly taking down prey that was larger than any one individual could manage alone. Another important clue comes from studying the wear patterns on their bones and teeth. When multiple individuals share a kill, the pattern of wear on the teeth can show that different species or individuals fed together at the same time, suggesting a cooperative effort in hunting. Lastly, by observing current carnivorous animals, scientists can make educated guesses about the behaviors of their ancient relatives. Many modern carnivores, like lions, work together to hunt efficiently, and this instinctive behavior likely existed in their ancestors as well. A combination of fossil evidence, physical adaptations, archaeological findings of grouped remains, and analogies with present-day species all support the idea that ancient carnivores engaged in collaborative hunting, allowing them to thrive in competitive environments. The evolution of flight among prehistoric animals is a fascinating journey that showcases nature's creativity. It started in the late Triassic period, over 200 million years ago, with the origin of the earliest forebears of modern birds and bats. The first significant flyers were small, feathered dinosaurs known as theropods. These creatures started developing features that would allow them to take to the skies. A crucial step was the formation of feathers, which initially might have been used for insulation or display. Over time, these feathers evolved in structure and arrangement, facilitating gliding and eventually powered flight. One of the most notable early flyers is Archaeopteryx, often referred to as a bird, but it carried characteristics of dinosaurs too. It had feathers and the lightweight body required for flight, yet it also retained clawed fingers and a long tail, features that hinted at its dinosaur ancestry. Archaeopteryx lived during the late Jurassic period, around 150 million years ago, and is often considered a pivotal link in the transition from ground-dwelling creatures to the flight-capable birds we see today. While birds emerged from theropod dinosaurs, another group that explored the skies were the pterosaurs, which were not dinosaurs but lived alongside them. Pterosaurs had wings formed from a membrane of skin stretched between elongated fingers, providing a different mechanism of flight than that of birds. They varied greatly in size, with some small enough to perch on branches, while others had wingspans similar to small aircraft. The evolution of flight began with theropod dinosaurs developing feathers and adapting their body shapes for aerial locomotion. The landscape of prehistoric skies was once dominated by both feathered dinosaurs that would evolve into modern birds and pterosaurs, showcasing a remarkable chapter in the story of life on Earth. These pioneers laid the groundwork for the diverse forms of flying animals that would succeed them, starring in the ongoing saga of evolution. Pterosaurs were fascinating creatures that soared through the skies during the Mesozoic era, a time when dinosaurs roamed the Earth. These winged reptiles occupied a variety of roles in their ecosystems, contributing significantly to the balance of life during that era. As skilled flyers, pterosaurs were primarily predators, preying on fish, insects, and other small animals. Their impressive wingspans allowed them to glide gracefully over oceans, lakes, and rivers, effectively hunting for food. Some species were adapted to snatch prey at the water's surface, using their long beaks to catch fish just below the surface, while others may have hunted on land or scavenged leftovers from larger predators. This predatory role helped maintain the population balance within their ecosystems, ensuring that no single species became too dominant. Additionally, pterosaurs were also significant in the dispersal of seeds and the pollination of plants. As they moved across vast distances to find food, they inadvertently carried seeds from one location to another, aiding in the growth of plants across different areas. This movement contributed to the diversification of flora and supported various animal life dependent on plants for food and shelter. Some of the larger pterosaurs could have also influenced the dynamics of prey species. Their presence would force smaller animals to modify their behaviors, find new habitats, or develop adaptations to avoid becoming dinner. In this way, pterosaurs contributed to the evolutionary pressures that shaped the animal population of the Mesozoic. Pterosaurs played a complex role in their ecosystems as both hunters and facilitators of plant life, showcasing their importance in maintaining the ecological balance of their time. Their interactions with the environment and other species highlight the intricate web of life that existed millions of years ago, demonstrating how these remarkable creatures fit into the larger picture of the prehistoric world. Fossilized wing structures offer incredible insights into the evolution of flight in prehistoric creatures. By examining these fossils, scientists can piece together clues about how ancient animals moved through the skies. Each wing structure reveals information about size, shape, and muscle attachment, which are all critical in assessing flight capabilities. For instance, the relative size of a wing compared to the body informs us about lift and maneuverability. If the wings are long and slender, it suggests that the creature was likely adapted for soaring over long distances. In contrast, short and broad wings might indicate a different strategy, such as quick bursts of speed or agile movements through dense vegetation. By comparing fossilized wings across various species, researchers can trace the development of flight features over millions of years. They study the intricate details of wing bones and feathers, which reveal how these creatures adapted to their environments. This adaptation is seen in the strengthening of wing structures, which points to the demands of early flying. For example, certain fossils show features that allow for better control and stability while airborne. Moreover, these fossilized remains can provide clues about the conditions in which these creatures lived. Analysis of the surrounding sediments can indicate whether these animals inhabited forests, open plains, or other environments that influenced their flight patterns. By piecing together these insights, we gain a clearer picture of how prehistoric animals took to the sky, and how the diverse forms of flight we see in modern birds evolved from their ancient ancestors. Understanding these adaptations helps us appreciate the complexity and wonder of flight in the animal kingdom, both past and present. The mass extinction event that occurred around 66 million years ago led to the demise of many species, including the dinosaurs. However, birds, considered descendants of certain theropod dinosaurs, had unique adaptations that helped them survive this catastrophic period. One crucial adaptation was the development of feathers. Feathers provided insulation, keeping birds warm in potentially changing climates, and they enabled some species to glide or even fly. This mobility allowed birds to escape threats and find food more easily in a landscape that was rapidly transforming. Another important factor was the diet diversity among birds. Unlike many other animals, birds could consume a wide range of foods, including seeds, fruits, and insects. This flexibility in feeding habits became vital as ecosystems shifted, allowing birds to exploit various new food sources that emerged post-extinction. Moreover, the ability to fly gave birds a distinct advantage. Flight allowed them to quickly move between scattered patches of habitat in search of resources. In a world where unstable environments would often threaten survival, being able to traverse large distances was essential for finding new nesting sites and accessing food. Additionally, birds had relatively small body sizes compared to many other species. Smaller animals often require less food and can adapt more easily to changes in their environments. This size advantage meant that as resources fluctuated, birds were more likely to find enough to survive. Finally, the reproductive strategies of birds also played a role. Many bird species lay numerous eggs, which allows for a greater chance of survival even when faced with environmental challenges. This high reproductive rate enables populations to recover quickly after declines. These adaptations, feathers for warmth and flight, dietary flexibility, small body size, and effective reproduction, combine to ensure that birds could not only survive the mass extinction, but thrive in the new world that emerged afterward, leading to the diverse avian species we know today. The prehistoric plant kingdom witnessed remarkable evolutionary changes that laid the foundation for the diverse flora we see today. One of the earliest significant developments was the emergence of non-vascular plants, such as mosses and liverworts. These plants adapted to life on land, developing structures that allowed them to retain water and absorb nutrients from the soil. As plants continued to evolve, vascular systems appeared. This innovation allowed for the transport of water and nutrients more efficiently, enabling plants to grow taller and inhabit a wider range of environments. Vascular plants, including ferns, began to dominate the landscape. They reproduced using spores, which were resilient and could thrive in various conditions. The evolution of seed plants marked another pivotal moment. Seeds provided a protective structure for the developing plant, allowing them to survive harsh conditions and disperse over greater distances. Gymnosperms, such as conifers, emerged during this period. These plants have seeds exposed on cones and became well adapted to diverse climates. The next major group, angiosperms, also known as flowering plants, began to evolve later on. Flowers increased reproductive efficiency through attracting pollinators and enabled more effective reproduction strategies. This diversification led to the vast array of plant species that provide fruits, vegetables, and other resources essential for life today. Through these stages, non-vascular plants, vascular plants, seed plants, and flowering plants, the plant kingdom evolved in complexity and adaptability, forging connections with other organisms, including animals, to create an intricate web of life on Earth. This evolution changed not only the landscape, but also the atmosphere, contributing to the rich biodiversity we appreciate in the present. Plants played a crucial role in shaping the atmosphere and climate of ancient Earth, acting as vital players in a long-term transformation. Initially, our planet's atmosphere was rich in carbon dioxide, creating a thick veil that trapped heat. This condition made Earth appear like a hothouse, inhospitable for many forms of life. However, as plants began to thrive, they introduced a significant change. Through a process known as photosynthesis, plants absorbed carbon dioxide from the air and utilized sunlight to create energy. This remarkable ability involved converting carbon dioxide into organic material while releasing oxygen as a byproduct. Over millions of years, as forests expanded and plant life diversified, the levels of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere gradually decreased. In turn, oxygen levels surged, transforming Earth into a more breathable environment. The rise in oxygen had profound effects not just on the atmosphere, but also on the climate. With less carbon dioxide to trap heat, the climate began to cool, shifting from the warmer conditions of the past. This cooling facilitated the development of different climates and ecosystems, allowing for a richer variety of life forms to emerge and thrive. Furthermore, as plants took root, they contributed to soil formation. The nutrients released from decaying plant matter enriched the soil, fostering even more plant growth and further altering the atmosphere in a positive feedback loop. Plants were not mere observers in Earth's history. They actively sculpted the planet's climate and atmosphere, paving the way for complex life as we know it. Their impact is a foundational chapter in Earth's story, illustrating how interconnected life and the environment truly are. The interdependence between prehistoric plants and animal life is revealed through various forms of evidence, including fossil records, ecological interactions, and chemical analyses. Fossils of plants and animals often found in the same geological layers suggest that they existed at the same time and interacted closely within their environment. For instance, fossilized pollen discovered alongside animal remains indicates that certain plants were present and served as a food source for herbivores, which in turn were preyed upon by carnivores. Moreover, the structure of ancient plant remains provides insights into how they evolved to attract specific pollinators or seed dispersers. Features such as brightly colored flowers or fruits could indicate strategies used by plants to ensure their reproduction and spread, relying on certain animals to facilitate these processes. In addition, the presence of teeth marks or bite marks on fossilized plant materials tells us about the diets of herbivorous dinosaurs or other ancient animals, illustrating a direct connection between what they consumed and the plant's survival and evolution. Chemical signatures found in rock layers can also paint a picture of past ecosystems. Isotopes in the bones of prehistoric animals reflect the types of plants they consumed, which helps scientists understand the composition and density of vegetation at that time. This relationship underscores how shifts in climate or plant life could lead to significant changes in animal populations and behaviors. Altogether, these pieces of evidence demonstrate a delicate balance in prehistoric ecosystems, where plants provided vital resources for animals, and animals, in turn, influenced the evolution and distribution of plant species. This coevolution highlights the intricate web of life that existed long before humans were part of the picture. The emergence of flowering plants, also known as angiosperms, marked a significant turning point in prehistoric ecosystems. Picture ancient landscapes primarily populated by ferns, conifers, and mosses. This was how various ecosystems looked before flowering plants arrived around 140 million years ago. With the appearance of angiosperms, these environments underwent dramatic changes. First and foremost, flowering plants introduced remarkable diversity. Their varying shapes, sizes, and colors created new habitats for countless organisms. This diversity offered an array of food sources, attracting different animals ranging from insects to larger herbivores. With insects such as bees developing alongside flowering plants, pollination became more efficient, leading to greater plant reproduction and further promoting variety in plant forms. As flowering plants adapted to various environments, they also changed the structure of ecosystems. Their roots often penetrated deeper into the soil compared to earlier plants, which enhanced soil stabilization and improved its quality. This allowed for more moisture retention and a better nutrient cycle, which further supported plant life. Over time, as angiosperms spread, they transformed vast areas into lush forests and meadows, fostering an explosion of life. Additionally, the interplay between flowering plants and animals shaped evolutionary paths. Many animals adapted to the new food sources provided by these plants, leading to the rise of important herbivores that fed on them. This, in turn, influenced the evolution of predators that relied on those herbivores as a food source. Consequently, intricate relationships developed, like those between plants and their pollinators, establishing a balance that continues to support ecosystems today. The rise of flowering plants fundamentally changed prehistoric ecosystems by enhancing diversity, improving soil conditions, and fostering intricate relationships between plants and animals. This transformation laid the groundwork for the complex ecosystems we observe in today's world, highlighting the crucial role of angiosperms in the history of life on Earth. Tectonic shifts have played a crucial role in shaping both the geography and the life of prehistoric Earth. Imagine the planet's crust as a jigsaw puzzle made up of large pieces called tectonic plates. These plates constantly move, albeit at a slow pace, driven by forces deep within the Earth. Their movement can result in significant changes over millions of years, dramatically influencing the landscape and making it a dynamic place for evolution. As these plates collide, pull apart, or slide against one another, they create mountains, valleys, and oceans. For instance, when two plates push together, they force the land upwards, forming high mountain ranges. Conversely, when a plate sinks beneath another, it can create deep ocean trenches. Over time, these geographical features can modify climate patterns, affecting rainfall and temperatures in surrounding areas. Such changes invariably impact the types of plants and animals that can thrive in those regions. In addition, when tectonic shifts lead to the emergence of new landforms, they often create isolated environments known as geographies. This isolation can result in unique evolutionary paths for the species that inhabit these areas. As organisms adapt to their specific surroundings, they may develop specialized traits that allow them to survive in conditions that are quite different from their ancestors. This process, known as adaptive radiation, has produced a remarkable diversity of life over millions of years. Moreover, tectonic activities can also trigger volcanic eruptions and earthquakes. Volcanic eruptions, while destructive, can enrich surrounding soils, creating fertile ground for plant life. The sudden changes in the environment following these upheavals can force species to adapt rapidly or face extinction, leading to shifts in biodiversity and the emergence of new species. Additionally, the movement of continents can lead to climate shifts and changes in oceanic currents, affecting life on a global scale. As land masses drift, they can change their position relative to the poles or the equator, ultimately impacting seasonal weather patterns and temperatures. These climatic changes can create new habitats while rendering others unsuitable for survival, prompting migrations of species and reshaping ecosystems. Tectonic shifts are a powerful driver of change that has continually shaped the Earth's geography and influenced the trajectory of life over the ages, building a rich and complex history that has led to the biodiversity we observe today. Plate tectonics offers intriguing insights into the distribution of ancient species by highlighting how the shifting of Earth's continents shapes the habitats and environments where these species once lived. Picture the continents like pieces of a jigsaw puzzle that have been slowly moving over millions of years. As these pieces drift, they change the landscape and can separate or unite populations of living beings. One powerful piece of evidence comes from the fossil record. Fossils of similar species have been found on continents that are now distant from each other, such as the remains of a particular reptile that is found in both South America and Africa. If we imagine these landmasses as they once were, joined together in a supercontinent, it is clear that the same species could thrive across these areas when they were connected. This idea supports the notion that these reptiles roamed vast regions before the continents drifted apart. In addition to fossils, plate tectonics affects the climate and geography of regions. For example, as continents shift, they can encounter different climates, from tropical to polar. This transition impacts the evolution and distribution of species as they adapt to changing environments. The concept of tectonic plates helps to illustrate that the modern-day positioning of species is not just due to random chance, but also deeply connected to the geological history of the Earth. Moreover, when we look at the diversity of species in isolated areas, such as island chains formed from volcanic activity or continental shelves, we can see how journeys across continents may have contributed to distinct evolutionary paths. The movement of tectonic plates has played a vital role in how life has spread and adapted throughout Earth's history, providing a backdrop to the narrative of all living things. The formation and breakup of supercontinents like Pangaea had a profound impact on global biodiversity. When Pangaea formed around 300 million years ago, it brought together land masses that were once separated by vast oceans. This massive land connection allowed species to thrive in new environments and facilitated the exchange of flora and fauna. As ecosystems became interconnected, species could spread across the continent, leading to an increase in biodiversity as different groups adapted to varying climates and habitats. However, this unity was not to last. Over millions of years, tectonic plates shifted, causing Pangaea to gradually break apart. As the continents drifted away from each other, the once connected ecosystems became isolated. This isolation had significant consequences. Species that were once able to mix and interbreed now faced barriers that divided them into separate populations. With limited interaction, these groups began to evolve independently. As a result, they adapted to their unique environments, giving rise to new species through a process known as speciation. Furthermore, the breakup of supercontinents often coincided with changes in climate, sea levels, and geological activity. For example, as land masses separated, new oceans formed, which altered global weather patterns and affected habitats. Some species thrived in the newly formed environments, while others struggled to adapt, leading to extinctions. The shifting landscapes prompted changes in ecosystems, which radically transformed the types and numbers of species that could manage to survive. The cycle of supercontinent formation and breakup drives evolutionary processes by enhancing biodiversity through connection and causing diversification through isolation. The legacy of these geological events is evident in the variety of life we see today, a vibrant tapestry woven from the past geological shifts of our planet. Prehistoric earthquakes and volcanic eruptions played significant roles in shaping the course of evolution. Imagine the Earth's surface as a living tapestry, with changing patterns resulting from the shifting of tectonic plates. When earthquakes occurred, they often caused dramatic changes in landscapes, creating new habitats and altering existing environments. These changes could lead to isolation of certain species, prompting evolutionary paths to diverge. For instance, a valley might be formed that separated populations, allowing them to adapt to their unique surroundings over time. Volcanic eruptions add another layer to this narrative. When a volcano erupts, it releases ash and gases into the atmosphere, impacting climate and air quality. This sudden release can create barren landscapes, but it also paves the way for new ecosystems. The fresh lava can eventually turn into fertile soil, supporting the growth of plants. This, in turn, attracts various animal species, fostering new relationships and interactions within food webs. As life begins to thrive again, those species that can adapt to the post-eruption conditions might flourish, leading to rapid evolutionary changes. Additionally, both earthquakes and volcanic activity can create barriers to migration. For example, a disrupted terrain might hinder animals from crossing into new areas, resulting in populations becoming more specialized. This leads to speciation, the process where one species evolves into two or more genetically distinct species. Over millions of years, the aftermath of these geological events continued to drive the ebb and flow of life on Earth, demonstrating how dynamic forces shape the very fabric of evolution. Thus, the legacies of earthquakes and volcanic eruptions are woven into the evolutionary story of life, illustrating how life can adapt and thrive in the face of cataclysmic change. The story of primates begins millions of years ago, during a time when small, tree-dwelling mammals began to evolve in response to changing environments. Initially, primates were small, nocturnal creatures that relied on keen eyesight and agile limbs to navigate through trees in search of food. This adaptation was crucial as the forest provided shelter and resources, allowing these early animals to thrive. As primates continued to evolve, they developed several key traits that helped them adapt further. One significant adaptation was their grasping hands and feet, equipped with flexible fingers and toes. This feature allowed them to climb expertly, grasp branches, and manipulate objects, giving them an advantage in accessing food like fruit and insects found in the treetops. Over time, as environments shifted dramatically, primates explored new habitats. Some ventured into open woodlands and savannas, leading to changes in their physical structures and behaviors. This period saw the emergence of larger primates, like the ancestors of modern monkeys and apes, which adapted to a more diverse diet and lifestyle. For instance, some species became more social, benefiting from group dynamics to better protect against predators and ensure access to food. The evolution of primates didn't stop there. As Earth underwent climate changes and forested areas shrank, some primates descended from the trees and adapted to terrestrial life. These adaptations included changes in locomotion, with some primates developing the ability to walk on two legs for longer distances, which opened opportunities for new types of foraging. Through millions of years of gradual changes, primates have shown remarkable resilience and adaptability, allowing them to thrive in diverse environments. Today, they exhibit an array of behaviors and physical forms, reflecting their long journey through evolution. This ongoing adaptability highlights not only their survival skills, but also the intricate relationship they share with the environment, showcasing how life on Earth continually adjusts in response to its surroundings. Fossil findings of early primates play a crucial role in unraveling the complex story of human evolution. By examining these ancient remains, scientists can piece together clues about how our ancestors lived, what they looked like, and how they adapted to their environments. Early primates, which lived millions of years ago, show a variety of features that help us understand the evolutionary path leading to modern humans. When researchers uncover fossils, they analyze the shape and structure of bones, teeth, and skulls. For instance, the size and positioning of eye sockets can reveal whether these primates were active during the day or night, indicating their behaviors and ecological strategies. Fossils may also provide insight into their diet, helping scientists determine whether they were primarily fruit eaters or insectivores. Such details are vital as they highlight the diverse approaches to survival in various environments. In addition to physical traits, fossil discoveries establish a timeline of when different primate species lived. By dating these fossils, scientists can trace the lineage and migration patterns over millions of years. For example, a significant fossil discovery may show a species that demonstrates features of both monkeys and apes, which helps define a transitional phase in evolution. Furthermore, the geographical locations of these fossils inform us about ancient climates and habitats, revealing how environmental changes might have shaped primate evolution. As climates shifted, certain traits may have offered advantages for survival, leading to the gradual emergence of features we associate with modern primates, including larger brains and complex social structures. Overall, the study of early primate fossils offers a fascinating glimpse into our shared ancestry. Each discovery not only provides information about the species itself, but also contributes to our understanding of the broader narrative of evolution, connecting us to the distant relatives that walk the Earth long before humans appeared. Early primates developed several key behavioral traits that significantly boosted their chances of survival in dynamic environments. One of the most crucial traits was their ability to form social groups. These groups provided protection against predators as there was safety in numbers. By working together, early primates could keep watch for threats and help raise their young collectively, increasing the survival rate of offspring. Another vital trait was their adaptability to diverse environments. Early primates developed a strong ability to use their sense of sight, allowing them to navigate through trees and spot food both in the leaves and on the ground. This reliance on vision, combined with tactile skills from their hands, enabled them to grasp branches, manipulate objects, and forage efficiently. Communication also played a significant role. Early primates utilized a range of vocalizations and gestures to convey information about food sources, danger, and social bonding. This communication facilitated cooperation and strengthened their social structures, which were essential for survival in the wild. Additionally, the development of problem-solving abilities allowed early primates to innovate and adapt to challenges. Whether it was finding new food sources or evading predators, their capacity for learning and applying new techniques directly influenced their success in various habitats. Overall, these behavioral traits, social cooperation, adaptability, communication, and problem-solving, formed a foundation that helped early primates thrive and evolve, setting the stage for the diverse primate species we see today. The evolution of primates, and ultimately humans, is deeply intertwined with the ever-changing climate and landscape of our planet. During the past millions of years, Earth has experienced significant shifts in climate, alternately warming and cooling. These changes influenced the types of habitats that were available and the food resources within them. As the climate shifted, vast forests that were once abundant began to give way to open savannas. This transition presented both challenges and opportunities for early primates. In the dense forests, primates thrived in the trees, using their agility to traverse branches and find food. However, as forests receded, those who adapted to life on the ground found advantages. With more open spaces, these early primates began to develop new skills and behaviors. One of the most critical adaptations was bipedalism, the ability to walk on two legs. This development likely provided better visibility for spotting predators and prey. Standing upright also freed the hands, allowing early humans to use tools, gather food, and create social bonds in new ways. The ability to move across varied landscapes opened up new territories, expanding access to different food sources and introducing early humans to diverse environmental challenges. Moreover, changes in climate also influenced the availability of fruit and vegetation over time. As different regions became either lush or arid, primates that could adapt their diets and foraging techniques survived. Those that could manipulate tools or develop more complex social behaviors to share food or warn of threats had a greater chance of survival. Overall, the interplay between climate and landscape shaped the physical and behavioral traits of primates, steering the course of evolution toward what we recognize as the early human species today. Each shift in the environment acted as a catalyst, pushing the boundaries of adaptation and survival, ultimately leading to the emergence of modern humans in a world that was continually evolving alongside them. Scientists study prehistoric ocean extinctions by diving deep into the Earth's geological history. They look at layers of rock and sediment, which serve as time capsules that hold evidence of ancient life. By examining these layers, scientists can uncover fossils, remains of once living creatures that inhabited the oceans millions of years ago. They focus on specific patterns in these fossils, noting changes in diversity and species composition over time. For instance, if a certain period shows a sharp decline in fossil counts or a loss of varied species, it raises questions about what could have caused these dramatic shifts. Additionally, scientists analyze chemical signatures found in these sediments. These signatures can reveal changes in climate and ocean chemistry, such as shifts in temperature or alterations in oxygen levels. For example, a drop in oxygen could indicate an event that made the oceans hostile to life. They also explore the role of catastrophic events like massive volcanic eruptions or asteroid impacts. These events can release large amounts of greenhouse gases or cause significant changes in sea levels, leading to harsh conditions for marine ecosystems. By correlating the timing of these events with fossil records, scientists can build a clearer picture of how they contributed to extinctions. Finally, sophisticated modeling techniques allow scientists to simulate ancient ocean conditions and find out how different factors might have worked together to create extinction scenarios. This multifaceted approach helps them piece together the complex puzzle of prehistoric ocean life and the factors that led to its decline. Through this extensive research, scientists gain valuable insights into Earth's history and the resilience of life in our oceans. Deep-sea environments are often referred to as the cradle of early life on Earth. Picture a world without sunlight, where the ocean's depths provide a unique setting, rich in minerals and chemicals that could support the first forms of life. These environments are characterized by extreme conditions, high pressure, cold temperatures, and complete darkness. Despite these challenges, they offered a stable and nutrient-rich habitat. In the early days of our planet, the deep sea may have been a place where life found its footing. Here, hydrothermal vents released hot, mineral-laden water, creating a chemical-rich oasis amid the cold ocean. This environment would have served as a hotbed for the formation of simple organic molecules, the building blocks of life. The energy from these vents could fuel reactions that led to increasingly complex structures. Some theories suggest that life forms first arose near these vents, using the chemical energy available rather than sunlight. These early organisms, likely resembling modern bacteria, began to evolve and adapt to their harsh surroundings. As time passed, these primitive life forms eventually developed more complex structures, giving rise to diverse marine ecosystems. Additionally, deep-sea environments can offer protection from external threats such as meteoritic impacts or harsh surface conditions, providing a sanctuary where life could continue to evolve and diversify without interruption. Over millions of years, the adaptations that emerged in these depths helped pave the way for life to eventually explore and colonize the surface, leading to the rich tapestry of biological diversity we see on land and in shallow waters today. Deep-sea fossil discoveries provide fascinating insights that both challenge and confirm current evolutionary theories. As we explore the depths of our oceans, we uncover fossils of creatures that lived millions of years ago. These findings are critical because they can reveal evolutionary patterns that may not be fully represented in terrestrial fossil records. First, one of the remarkable aspects of deep-sea fossils is their age. Some of these fossils come from periods when land-dwelling life was dramatically different. For example, ancient marine reptiles found in deep-sea sediments can show us how life adapted to oceanic environments while land animals were evolving independently. This helps scientists understand parallel evolutionary paths taken by different species. Furthermore, deep-sea fossil discoveries often include unique adaptations that are not found in their shallow water counterparts. For instance, some organisms have developed extraordinary features to survive extreme conditions like darkness, high pressure, and cold temperatures. These adaptations can challenge existing ideas by suggesting that evolution is more flexible and creative than previously thought. It opens up discussions about the evolutionary tree, suggesting that some traits may arise independently in different environments. On the other hand, these discoveries can also confirm existing theories. For example, the concept of common ancestry is supported when scientists find transitional fossils that connect ancient marine life to modern species. Such fossils help fill gaps in the evolutionary timeline, showing evidence of gradual changes over millions of years. Ultimately, deep-sea fossil discoveries enrich our understanding of evolution. They provide a deeper look at how life has adapted over time and offer new information that can either reinforce or revise existing theories. The ocean depths hold many secrets yet to be discovered, and each new finding helps us piece together the incredible story of life on Earth. Exploring prehistoric deep-sea environments has unveiled surprising revelations that reshape our understanding of marine life and Earth's history. One of the most notable findings is the discovery of organisms that thrived in conditions we once thought were impossible. For instance, scientists have uncovered fossilized remains of giant jellyfish and unusual types of mollusks that existed millions of years ago, suggesting that these areas supported a rich biodiversity even under extreme pressures and low light. Another unexpected insight is related to the impact of ancient climate changes on deep-sea habitats. Researchers have found that during periods of significant global warming, deep-sea ecosystems reacted in ways that differed drastically from surface environments. While we often think of warming primarily affecting surface conditions, the fossils indicate that deep-sea organisms also adapted or migrated, revealing a complex interplay between various marine layers. Additionally, the study of ancient sediments has revealed chemical signatures of life forms that are no longer present. These signatures help scientists reconstruct past ocean conditions, such as temperature and acidity levels, pointing to how quickly marine ecosystems can respond to environmental changes. For example, during mass extinction events, certain deep-sea species were able to survive by adapting to changing conditions, while others perished. These findings not only highlight the resilience and adaptability of deep-sea life, but also serve as crucial reminders of the interconnectedness of surface and deep marine environments. As we delve deeper into these prehistoric depths, each new discovery adds a thread to the intricate tapestry of Earth's biological and geological history, emphasizing that even the ocean's darkest corners have stories waiting to be told. Scientists from various disciplines work together like a puzzle team, each contributing unique pieces to reveal the bigger picture of prehistoric life. This collaboration begins with paleontologists who excavate fossils, carefully unearthing ancient bones and traces of life. Their findings serve as the foundation for understanding what creatures roamed the Earth millions of years ago. Geologists play a crucial role by studying the rocks and sediments surrounding these fossils. They can determine the age of the layers where fossils are found and understand the environmental conditions that existed at the time. By analyzing soil composition and other geological factors, they help paleontologists paint a clearer picture of the habitats these creatures lived in. Meanwhile, biologists might investigate the evolutionary relationships amongst these prehistoric beings. By examining genetic evidence from living species, they can draw connections between ancient and modern organisms, offering insights into how life has changed and adapted over time. Then, there are climate scientists who explore the historical climate conditions. They can provide context about what the Earth was like in different eras, including temperature fluctuations and changes in vegetation. This information is vital for understanding not just the organisms themselves, but how they interacted with their environment. Archaeologists, although typically focused on human history, may also contribute by exploring the tools and remnants of early human ancestors, giving insight into the evolving relationship between humans and their prehistoric surroundings. Through meetings, discussions, and shared research, these scientists create a dialogue in which their findings complement and enhance one another. This collaborative approach is essential for piecing together the mysteries of our planet's distant past, allowing us to form a rich narrative about the ancient world and its inhabitants. The combined expertise leads to new discoveries and a deeper understanding of life before written history. In recent years, technology has significantly transformed the exploration and understanding of ancient sites and artifacts. One of the key advancements is the use of aerial imaging and drones. Drones can fly over large areas, capturing detailed images from above. These images help archaeologists spot hidden structures and map out entire landscapes, revealing sites that might be difficult to locate from the ground. Another important tool is ground-penetrating radar. This technology can send radar pulses into the ground, allowing researchers to create images of what lies beneath the surface without having to dig. By using this method, archaeologists can identify buried walls, roads, or even tombs, minimizing damage to the sites and preserving their integrity. Remote sensing technology also plays a vital role in these discoveries. It involves collecting information about a location using satellites or other instruments from a distance. This helps in analyzing vegetation patterns that may indicate ancient human activity, as these areas often differ from their surroundings. Additionally, three-dimensional scanning and printing are changing how artifacts are studied and displayed. High-resolution scanners can capture the smallest details of an object, creating digital models that researchers can examine without putting the original artifact at risk. These models can also be printed, allowing for physical replicas to be studied in educational and museum contexts. Finally, advances in chemical analysis allow scientists to understand the composition of materials used in ancient artworks and structures. Techniques such as spectroscopy can reveal the pigments used in painting or the type of stone in sculptures, providing further insights into the technology and resources available to ancient cultures. Together, these technological advancements create a richer understanding of our past, making it possible to uncover hidden stories and preserve the legacy of ancient civilizations for future generations. Interdisciplinary approaches are like weaving together different threads of knowledge to create a richer understanding of complex prehistoric puzzles. When scientists, historians, archaeologists, and even artists come together, they bring unique tools and perspectives to the table. For instance, archaeologists might excavate ancient sites and discover artifacts, while geologists can analyze the soil and rock formations to shed light on environmental conditions during that time. Meanwhile, anthropologists delve into human behavior and culture, helping to interpret the significance of those artifacts. This combination allows researchers to see the bigger picture, connecting the dots across various fields. Imagine studying an ancient civilization's collapse. An archaeologist may find remnants of buildings, while climate scientists can provide insights into environmental changes like droughts or temperature shifts. Together, these different perspectives can explain why that society may have struggled to survive. Additionally, incorporating technology, such as advanced imaging techniques or computer modeling, allows researchers to visualize and reconstruct past environments or societies that would otherwise remain hidden. This can lead to new hypotheses and discoveries, enhancing our understanding of human history. Ultimately, interdisciplinary collaboration fosters creativity and innovation, enabling us to tackle the complex puzzles of our prehistoric past with a more holistic view, leading to greater insights than any single discipline could achieve alone. Recent advancements in our understanding of prehistory have been significantly boosted by several innovative techniques across various scientific fields. One major development is in the area of ancient DNA analysis. By extracting and sequencing the genetic material from prehistoric remains, scientists can now uncover intricate details about the migration patterns, diets, and relationships of early human populations. This method has revealed surprising connections between ancient groups that were previously thought to be separate. Another transformative technique involves the use of advanced imaging technologies, such as three-dimensional scanning and X-ray imaging. These tools allow researchers to analyze artifacts without physically disturbing them. For instance, intricate engravings or inscriptions on stone tools and bones can be studied in detail, revealing the skills and artistic expressions of early humans without risking damage to the items themselves. Additionally, radiocarbon dating has seen improvements, with better calibration methods enabling more accurate dating of organic materials. This has allowed archaeologists to place significant events such as the appearance of modern humans or the development of agriculture within a more precise timeline. Furthermore, the application of geographic information systems and remote sensing has transformed archaeological surveys. These technologies allow researchers to analyze large areas for potential sites based on landscape patterns, vegetation, and even historical climate data. This precision helps in uncovering previously hidden sites or understanding how ancient peoples interacted with their environments. Lastly, interdisciplinary approaches are playing a critical role. Collaborations between disciplines like geology, climate science, and anthropology have provided deeper insights into how climate change influenced human development and migration. These combined techniques give us a richer, more nuanced picture of prehistory, helping to paint a clearer image of our ancestors and their world. Preserving prehistoric sites is a crucial endeavor for understanding our planet's history and the development of ancient civilizations. To protect these valuable locations, a multifaceted approach is essential. First, careful monitoring and assessment of the sites allow experts to identify any threats, such as erosion or human activity. This surveillance helps determine the best preservation techniques. Secondly, education plays a significant role in ensuring protection. By raising awareness among local communities and the public about the importance of these sites, individuals are more likely to respect and protect them. In many cases, involving community members in preservation efforts fosters a sense of ownership and responsibility towards the sites. Legal protections also contribute significantly to preservation. Many countries have enacted laws to safeguard historical and archaeological sites from destruction and illegal excavation. This legal framework often includes penalties for vandalism and unauthorized construction in protected areas. Additionally, collaboration among researchers, governments, and heritage organizations creates a network of support for these sites. Sharing knowledge and resources strengthens efforts to maintain site integrity. New technologies, such as three-dimensional scanning and remote sensing, allow for detailed mapping and monitoring without disturbing the sites themselves. Finally, sustainable tourism practices can help maintain sites while allowing people to experience history. By controlling access and implementing visitor guidelines, sites can remain intact while educating the public about their significance. Preserving prehistoric sites for future research requires a combination of active monitoring, community engagement, legal protections, collaboration, and responsible tourism practices. Each of these components works together to ensure that these windows into our past remain protected for generations to come. Prehistoric discoveries provide a fascinating glimpse into the past, significantly shaping our understanding of human culture today. These findings, which include ancient tools, artwork, and skeletal remains, illuminate how early humans lived, interacted with their environment, and developed their societies. By studying these artifacts, we can piece together the story of human evolution and adaptation, helping us recognize the roots of our own behaviors and beliefs. For example, the discovery of cave paintings reveals that early humans possessed creative expression similar to ours, suggesting that storytelling and artistic expression have been integral to human culture for tens of thousands of years. This encourages contemporary societies to appreciate art and creativity as timeless aspects of human identity. Additionally, ancient burial sites and rituals offer insights into the spiritual beliefs and social structures of prehistoric communities. Understanding how these early peoples honored their dead can shed light on contemporary practices surrounding life and death, showing us the continuity of human concerns across ages. Moreover, prehistoric tools and settlement patterns allow us to see how resourcefulness and ingenuity were critical for survival. This knowledge influences modern perspectives on innovation and sustainability, reminding us that many of our challenges today, such as finding efficient ways to live and work with the environment, echo those faced by our ancestors. Ultimately, prehistoric discoveries enrich our cultural narrative, enabling us to appreciate the complexity of human history. They foster a sense of connection to our ancestors and provide context for our own cultural practices, highlighting that while we may live in an advanced modern world, many fundamental human experiences remain unchanged. Public engagement and education in prehistoric studies play a vital role in connecting people to our shared human past. Understanding prehistoric times helps us appreciate how our ancestors lived, evolved, and interacted with their environment. By learning about these ancient periods, individuals gain insight into the journey of humanity, including our cultural developments and changes over time. Education in this field fosters curiosity among people of all ages, encouraging them to explore questions about origins and evolution. When communities engage with prehistoric studies, they participate in a broader dialogue about identity, heritage, and science. This involvement not only cultivates respect for history, but also encourages critical thinking about our place in the world today. Furthermore, public engagement makes it possible to share discoveries from archaeology and related sciences. Every new finding could change our understanding of human history. When communities are informed and engaged, they can value the importance of conservation. Preserving archaeological sites and artifacts becomes a collective responsibility, as these remnants of the past tell stories that belong to everyone. In addition, such engagement helps to dispel misconceptions and myths about prehistoric life. It encourages discussions based on science rather than speculation. This clarity is essential in a world continually influenced by misinformation. Ultimately, by prioritizing education and public engagement, we not only enrich our understanding of the past, but also prepare ourselves for a future informed by the lessons of history. Prehistoric discoveries offer a glimpse into the past, igniting imaginations and shaping identities across different cultures. Each society views these findings through its unique lens, interpreting artifacts, fossils, and ancient structures in ways that resonate with their own beliefs and values. For many cultures, prehistoric discoveries serve as a source of pride. They connect people to their ancestors, evoking a sense of continuity between past and present. For instance, indigenous communities often regard ancient artifacts as sacred, filled with stories and teachings from their forebears. These finds can affirm cultural narratives, fostering a strong sense of identity and belonging. In contrast, some societies place a strong emphasis on the scientific aspect of these discoveries. Archaeologists and historians analyze findings to construct timelines and understand human evolution or migration patterns. In these contexts, prehistoric artifacts are sometimes seen as mere scientific evidence, stripped of cultural significance. Yet, even within scientific communities, there is often a growing recognition of the need to respect cultural perspectives and the meanings that different groups derive from these findings. The value of prehistoric discoveries can also evolve based on contemporary issues such as climate change or urban development. For some communities, ancient sites are valuable reminders of the fragility of cultures and the impact of environmental changes. These discoveries may inspire efforts to preserve both the physical and cultural landscapes, as people see their ancient histories as a vital part of their future. Every time a prehistoric artifact is uncovered, it invites dialogue and reflection. Cultures around the world interpret these discoveries not just as remnants of the past, but as active participants in their ongoing story. Each interpretation reflects how societies view themselves in relation to history, identity, and the broader tapestry of humanity's journey across time. Prehistoric studies have significantly influenced modern science across various fields, sparking innovations and theories that continue to shape our understanding of the world. By investigating ancient artifacts, fossils, and geological layers, scientists are able to piece together the history of life on Earth and how it has evolved over millions of years. For instance, the study of prehistoric creatures, such as dinosaurs, has led to vital advancements in fields like biology and medicine. Understanding the anatomy and physiology of these ancient animals provides insights into evolutionary processes that still apply today. Recent studies of how dinosaurs moved and interacted with their environment have inspired new biomimetic approaches, influencing robotics and material science. Researchers mimic these ancient designs to create more efficient machines and structures. In addition, the examination of prehistoric climates through geological records has helped scientists understand past climate changes. This knowledge is crucial in predicting future climate patterns and addressing pressing issues like global warming. By interpreting how ecosystems responded to historical climate shifts, researchers gain valuable insights for modern environmental conservation efforts. Moreover, studies of early human societies, including their tools and settlements, have encouraged advancements in technology. Early innovations such as the wheel or rudimentary farming techniques inform current technological progress. Discoveries related to prehistoric diets and lifestyles provide essential information for modern nutrition and health sciences, guiding our understanding of balanced diets and community living. Prehistoric studies are a treasure trove of knowledge that fuels scientific innovation. By revealing the past, these studies not only enhance our comprehension of natural history, but also inspire advancements in technology, environmental science, and health, weaving a rich tapestry connecting the ancient with the modern. The prehistoric past holds valuable lessons that are relevant to today's environmental challenges. By examining how ancient ecosystems functioned and how past species interacted with their environments, we can glean insights into how complex interactions sustain life. For instance, studying how dinosaurs adapted to their changing habitats illuminates the importance of flexibility and resilience in the face of environmental shifts. These ancient creatures thrived because they adapted their behaviors and diets according to available resources. Furthermore, past extinction events, such as the mass die-off that wiped out many species at the end of the Cretaceous period, teach us about the consequences of drastic environmental changes. This awareness can inform our understanding of current biodiversity loss, as many species today face extinction due to habitat destruction, climate change, and pollution. Recognizing the patterns of past extinctions can prompt action to mitigate human-induced pressures on wildlife and ecosystems. Additionally, the relationship between early humans and their environment shows the crucial balance necessary for survival. Our ancestors depended on the natural world for food, shelter, and resources, often living in harmony with their surroundings. This relationship reminds us of our interconnectedness with nature and emphasizes the need for sustainable practices. By reflecting on how ancient cultures dealt with environmental challenges like resource management and adaptation to climatic changes, we gain perspective on modern sustainability initiatives. For example, prehistoric agricultural practices that revolved around crop rotation can inspire contemporary methods that maintain soil health and promote biodiversity. Ultimately, the lessons embedded in our prehistoric past serve as a reminder of the delicate balance within ecosystems and the importance of stewardship. Understanding these historical contexts empowers us to make informed decisions as we strive to protect our planet and navigate the complexities of environmental stewardship today. Prehistoric life laid the groundwork for the incredible variety of organisms we see today. Millions of years ago, early life forms began to evolve, and through a long process of adaptation and survival, they shaped the path for modern species. This ancient lineage is evident in the common traits shared by many groups. For instance, the basic structure of cells can be traced back to primitive organisms, illustrating how life has maintained essential functions over time. The emergence of vertebrates in prehistoric oceans, such as early fish, is foundational to all creatures with backbones today, including mammals, birds, and reptiles. These ancestral species developed crucial features like skeletal structures and breathing systems, which have persisted and adapted in their descendants. Insects, which have existed for hundreds of millions of years, show the same remarkable success, having evolved into a diverse array of forms and functions that include pollinators and decomposers. Furthermore, plants have carried forward adaptations from ancient ecosystems, like photosynthesis, which harnesses sunlight to produce energy. The way they have diversified into countless types, from towering trees to delicate flowers, reflects the strategies that evolved to survive different environments over the ages. In addition, the extinction events that shaped prehistoric life also play a role in modern biodiversity. When certain species vanished, it allowed others to flourish and evolve in their place. This dynamic interplay of life and extinction has resulted in a rich tapestry of organisms that thrive today. We also see ancient traits preserved in current species, such as the similar anatomical features between modern reptiles and their dinosaur ancestors, or the way mammals inherited characteristics from earlier life forms after the dinosaurs disappeared. Each species is a living record of evolutionary history, connecting us to the distant past and illustrating the remarkable journey of life on Earth. In this way, the echoes of prehistoric life resonate through modern biological diversity, reminding us of nature's resilience and adaptability over time. Prehistoric resilience offers valuable lessons for addressing modern challenges. Our ancient ancestors faced immense difficulties, from drastic climate changes to food shortages and the strain of competing species. They adapted by developing innovative survival strategies. One key takeaway is the significance of community and cooperation. Early humans relied on their groups for hunting, gathering, and sharing resources. This practice reminds us that working together can help us tackle global issues more effectively. Additionally, early humans demonstrated remarkable adaptability. When faced with a changing environment, they were not afraid to alter their habits and find new ways to thrive, whether by shifting their diets or migrating to new areas. This flexibility is crucial today as we confront climate change and its impacts. A willingness to adapt our approaches to agriculture, energy consumption, and resource management can help us build sustainability. Moreover, our ancestors valued a deep connection to the land and an understanding of natural cycles. They learned to respect the limits of their environment, observing seasonal changes and animal behaviors. This relationship with nature serves as a powerful reminder that preserving ecosystems and biodiversity is essential for our survival. By studying prehistoric resilience, we can remind ourselves that ingenuity, community support, adaptability, and respect for nature are vital traits that can guide us through contemporary challenges. Embracing these principles can create a more sustainable and resilient future for our planet. The study of past climates, often referred to as paleoclimatology, offers a window into the Earth's history, helping us understand how environmental conditions influenced human civilization and natural events. By examining ice cores, tree rings, sediment layers, and other geological records, scientists can piece together snapshots of climate conditions from thousands, even millions of years ago. These insights can significantly reshape our understanding of historical events. For example, if researchers discover that a period of extreme drought coincided with the collapse of a civilization, this might suggest that climate played a vital role in that society's decline. The evidence of changing temperatures and precipitation patterns can help us grasp why certain cities flourished while others fell into ruin. Moreover, understanding past climates helps us see patterns of resilience and vulnerability in human societies. Some communities adapted successfully to changes in their environment, developing new agricultural practices or migrating to more hospitable areas. Studying these adaptations can inform current responses to contemporary climate challenges. Additionally, past climate studies reveal cycles of natural changes, such as ice ages and warmer periods, which can provide context for current climate shifts. Recognizing that the Earth's climate has been variable throughout history allows us to better interpret today's climate crisis and its historical precedents. This connection between past and present emphasizes that human history is deeply intertwined with the Earth's environmental conditions. In sum, investigations into historical climates enrich our understanding of timelines and events, revealing how intimately our human story is woven with the Earth's climate narrative. Each discovery helps us build a clearer picture of how societies have thrived or struggled in response to environmental changes, shaping history as we know it. Throughout history, our planet has witnessed various ancient civilizations rise and fall, often in response to changes in climate. This evidence comes from multiple fields, including archaeology, paleoclimatology, and anthropology, painting a vivid picture of how environmental shifts influenced human societies. One prominent example is the collapse of the Maya civilization. As researchers study tree rings and sediment layers, they find clues of severe droughts that struck the region during critical periods. This lack of rainfall would have devastated agriculture, leading to food shortages and ultimately social upheaval. People likely migrated from agricultural centers to seek better living conditions, destabilizing the entire civilization. Similarly, the decline of the ancient Mesopotamian cities shows a strong connection to climate changes. Analysis of ancient soils and the remnants of settlements indicates that prolonged droughts and the salinization of soil severely impacted irrigation agriculture. As crops failed, communities shrank in size, and many inhabitants left in search of sustenance elsewhere. In the case of the Indus Valley Civilization, researchers have found that changes in monsoon patterns contributed to the region's decline. By examining archaeological sites, scientists observed that with disruptions in water availability, urban centers faced abandonment, prompting people to move towards more viable environments that could sustain farming. The Norse settlements in Greenland serve as another case. Evidence shows that as temperatures dropped in the Little Ice Age, the once thriving Viking colonies struggled with shorter growing seasons and harsher winters. Historical records suggest that these communities eventually migrated back to Europe as conditions became increasingly untenable. Moreover, genetic studies of human remains reveal shifts in population dynamics, supporting the narrative of migration driven by environmental stress. The movement of people often led to intermingling with other cultures, demonstrating how climate-induced migrations did not just signify abandonment, but also adaptation and change. Climate-induced migrations and the decline of ancient civilizations display a fascinating interplay between environment and human resilience. The physical evidence left behind, ranging from climatic data to remnants of cities and shifts in population genetics, paints a cohesive story of how humanity has navigated the challenges posed by a changing climate throughout history. Paleoclimate records are like time capsules, holding the history of Earth's climate changes over vast periods. By studying ice cores, tree rings, sediment layers, and even ocean floor samples, scientists can piece together what the Earth's climate was like thousands or even millions of years ago. These records reveal natural patterns, such as warming and cooling periods, which are essential for understanding the broader context of current climatic trends. When we analyze these past climates, we can see how the Earth responded to different factors, such as volcanic eruptions, changes in solar radiation, and shifts in carbon dioxide levels. For instance, during periods when carbon dioxide concentrations were high, the Earth tended to be warmer. Conversely, lower carbon dioxide levels often correlated with ice ages. By understanding these historical relationships, researchers can create models that simulate how our climate might respond to today's rising greenhouse gas emissions. Additionally, studying periods of past climate change provides insight into the rates at which these changes occurred. For example, understanding how quickly the climate shifted during previous warm periods can help scientists gauge how rapidly current changes might unfold. This information is vital because it allows us to foresee potential impacts on ecosystems, weather patterns, and sea levels. As we face unprecedented climatic changes today, these paleoclimate records become a guide. They help us identify trends, understand possible outcomes, and enhance efforts to mitigate climate change by informing policy and conservation strategies. By looking back in time, we can make educated predictions about our planet's future, allowing us to adapt and respond proactively to the challenges that await us. Interpreting paleoclimate data is a complex process filled with challenges. One of the primary difficulties is the reliance on indirect evidence, as scientists do not have direct records of ancient climates like we do today. Instead, they study various natural clues, such as ice cores, tree rings, and sediment layers. Each of these sources carries its own limitations and assumptions, which can impact accuracy. For instance, ice cores hold tiny bubbles of ancient air, allowing researchers to gauge past atmospheric conditions. However, the layers can be compressed over time, making it tricky to determine their exact age and the atmospheric composition they contained. Similarly, tree rings can show how old a tree is and suggest climate conditions during each growing season. Yet, many factors, like soil type and water availability, can influence growth, complicating the exact interpretation of climate from tree data. Additionally, data from different sources might not always align, leading to uncertainties. For example, sediment layers in oceans or lakes can reveal temperature trends, but might be affected by local events like volcanic eruptions or changes in vegetation that are unrelated to global climate shifts. Another significant hurdle is the vast timescales involved. Climate can change over thousands to millions of years, and capturing these gradual shifts requires careful analysis and the stitching together of data from various sites and proxies. Moreover, there are issues with calibrating modern observations with ancient data, as the relationships between climate variables may not be the same across different periods in Earth's history. All these factors mean that while scientists make educated guesses about past climates, there's often a margin of uncertainty. The interpretation of paleoclimate data not only requires careful examination of the evidence, but also a flexible approach that can accommodate new findings and perspectives. This ongoing work enhances our understanding of how climate has changed over time and helps us predict future trends. Newly discovered artifacts serve as crucial pieces of a large puzzle that represents humanity's history. Each artifact can provide unique insights, revealing how ancient societies lived, interacted, and evolved over time. Imagine you stumble upon an ancient tool crafted by human hands. That tool not only shows the technological skills of the time, but also hints at the needs and challenges people faced back then. As archaeologists and historians study these findings, they often uncover stories that challenge our previous beliefs. For example, if an artifact indicates advanced trade between cultures that were thought to be isolated, this changes our understanding of social connections in that era. These discoveries may also fill in gaps where historical records are lacking, giving us a clearer picture of events, migrations, and cultural exchanges. Moreover, artifacts often spark new questions. Each item prompts researchers to examine old assumptions and encourages a deeper exploration into the ways of life that have shaped the civilizations we know today. As technologies improve, methods of analyzing these artifacts also evolve, leading to more accurate interpretations. This ongoing investigation means that our view of history is not static. It shifts and grows as new evidence comes to light. In this way, artifacts are not just remnants of the past. They actively contribute to a dynamic understanding of who we are as a species. By integrating knowledge from newly unearthed artifacts, we create a richer, more nuanced narrative of human history that honors our complexities and shared experiences. In recent years, many archaeological discoveries have changed our understanding of ancient societies and human history. One remarkable find occurred in Egypt, where archaeologists uncovered an ancient city that dates back to around 3,400 years ago. This city, often referred to as the Rise of Aten, was buried beneath the sands and is believed to be one of the best preserved ancient cities ever found. Its discovery provides insights into daily life during the reign of Pharaoh Amenhotep III, showcasing intact homes, tools, and even mud brick walls. Another significant discovery happened in Mesopotamia, where researchers uncovered a monumental structure that suggests there was a sophisticated urban society much earlier than previously thought. This ancient site revealed evidence of large-scale construction, complex administration, and social hierarchies, reshaping our timeline of civilization's development. In South America, the discovery of a large burial site known as the Lord of Sipan in Peru shed light on the Moche civilization. The site contained elaborate tombs filled with precious artifacts, revealing the wealth and social structure of this ancient culture. The intricate items found, including jewelry and ceremonial objects, showcase the artistry and advanced skills of the Moche people. Additionally, in China, the ongoing excavation of the site known as Sangxingdui has unearthed a treasure trove of bronze artifacts that appear vastly different from the traditional styles associated with ancient Chinese civilizations. These finds suggest there were significant cultural interactions and trade networks that have yet to be fully understood. Lastly, in the polar regions, the discovery of ancient ice cores has provided vital clues about Earth's climate history. As researchers analyze these cores, they uncover details about past atmospheres and temperatures, helping to explain how human civilizations adapted to changing environments. These discoveries tell us much more than just the history of the past. They help connect threads of who we are today with our ancient ancestors, showing the complexity and adaptability of human societies across time and space. Modern archaeological methods significantly improve the way we gather and analyze evidence, ensuring that our understanding of the past is both accurate and complete. One of the key advancements is the use of technology, which allows researchers to uncover artifacts without causing harm to the site. Techniques like ground-penetrating radar can detect buried objects by sending radar pulses into the ground. This non-intrusive approach helps archaeologists identify areas of interest without disturbing them, preserving the context in which artifacts are found. Another important development is the application of digital imaging and three-dimensional modeling. By creating detailed visual representations of sites, archaeologists can document and analyze their findings more effectively. Additionally, these models allow researchers from around the world to study artifacts and sites remotely, facilitating collaboration and sharing of knowledge across disciplines and borders. Furthermore, scientific methods such as radiocarbon dating provide precise timelines for organic materials. This helps to establish when artifacts were made and used, allowing for a clearer picture of historical sequences. Isotope analysis can also reveal information about the diets and movements of ancient peoples, leading to a more nuanced understanding of their way of life. In recent years, the integration of interdisciplinary approaches, combining archaeology with fields like genetics and environmental sciences, has further enriched our understanding. For example, DNA analysis can provide insights into human migration patterns, while climate studies can illustrate how ancient societies adapted to changing environments. All of these modern techniques work together to enhance the integrity of archaeological evidence. They ensure that findings are not just isolated discoveries, but pieces of a larger puzzle that tell a coherent story about human history. By using these advanced methods, archaeologists can create a more complete picture of the past, revealing the interconnectedness of cultures and the complexity of human experiences over time. Integrating indigenous and local perspectives into archaeological findings enriches our understanding of the past. This approach acknowledges that history is not just about artifacts and remains, but also about the people who have lived in these areas for generations. When archaeologists collaborate with indigenous communities, they can access a wealth of knowledge embedded in cultural traditions and oral histories. Local voices bring unique insights about their ancestral lands, providing context that can shift interpretations of archaeological evidence. For instance, an artifact might be viewed merely as a tool from an archaeological standpoint, but for an indigenous community, it may have spiritual significance or be linked to specific historical narratives. This collaboration often involves direct engagement with these communities, creating a dialogue where archaeologists listen and learn from local customs and beliefs. It ensures that interpretations are respectful and culturally sensitive, avoiding a one-dimensional view of history. Moreover, including indigenous perspectives can lead to a re-evaluation of historical timelines and events, offering a more holistic picture. Ultimately, this integration not only deepens our comprehension of human behavior and cultural evolution, but also promotes healing and recognition for communities whose histories have often been overlooked or misrepresented. It's about weaving a story that honors both scientific inquiry and the lived experiences of diverse peoples. Throughout prehistoric times, many species demonstrated remarkable resilience in the face of climatic changes. One notable example is the woolly mammoth. These magnificent creatures adapted to their cold, harsh environments by developing a thick layer of fur and a layer of fat beneath their skin. This insulation helped them conserve heat during freezing winters. When the climate warmed and their tundra habitats shrank, some mammoths migrated to new areas, while others learned to utilize different food sources, showcasing their ability to adapt to shifting conditions. Another astonishing case involves the Neanderthals, who lived alongside early modern humans. Neanderthals were equipped with robust bodies and strong musculature, likely aiding them in hunting large animals. As climates fluctuated, they adapted their hunting strategies and diets to include a wider variety of plants and smaller game. This flexibility in behavior was crucial for their survival during periods of environmental stress. Furthermore, the saber-toothed cat is a fascinating example of an adaptation strategy. These apex predators thrived during the Ice Ages, utilizing their large canines to hunt large herbivores like mastodons. When these prey species faced declines due to climate shifts, saber-toothed cats may have responded by pulling back to more forested areas and targeting smaller animals. This shift highlights their ability to adjust their predatory habits in response to changing ecosystems. Finally, consider the hardy plants of the era, such as the giant sequoia. These trees survived extreme conditions by developing thick bark that protects them from fire and pests, enabling them to endure through significant climatic adversity. Their ability to regenerate after fire events demonstrates how some species can thrive despite dramatic and often life-threatening changes. These examples illustrate that resilience in the face of climate challenges was not just about physical adaptations, but also involved behavioral flexibility, allowing species to navigate and survive through unpredictable environments over millennia. Prehistoric communities faced numerous environmental challenges, from changing climates to the availability of resources. To adapt, they developed a range of technological and social strategies that allowed them to thrive in dynamic conditions. One of the key technological adaptations was the creation of tools. Early humans used natural materials like stone, wood, and bone to craft tools for hunting, gathering, and building shelters. Over time, they learned to fashion more advanced tools, such as those used for farming, which enabled them to cultivate crops and raise animals, thereby securing a reliable food supply. This transition from a nomadic lifestyle to settled agriculture marked a significant shift in how communities organized themselves. Socially, these groups began to form stronger bonds within their communities. As people settled in one place to farm, they relied more on each other for labor, sharing responsibilities and resources. This led to the development of social structures, with roles becoming more defined. Certain individuals may have taken on leadership roles, while others specialized in various trades. Additionally, the need to adapt to environmental challenges often spurred innovation. During periods of scarcity, communities learned to store food, which helped them survive during the winter or droughts. They also developed methods for crafting clothing and shelter that suited the changing seasons and climates. Trade became another important aspect of social adaptation. Communities exchanged goods and resources with one another, allowing them to obtain materials that were scarce in their own regions. This not only fostered relationships between different groups, but also spread ideas and technologies, leading to greater overall resilience. All these adaptations highlight the resourcefulness of prehistoric communities. They ingeniously combine technological innovation with evolving social structures, allowing them to navigate and thrive despite the many challenges posed by their environments. Modern societies can gain valuable insights from how prehistoric humans adapted to their environments. Imagine early humans facing challenges like fluctuating climates, scarce resources, and dangerous predators. Their survival depended on their ability to innovate and adjust to changing circumstances. One key lesson is the importance of resourcefulness. Prehistoric communities often reused materials and maximized what the land offered. This highlights the potential for sustainability today. By understanding how to use resources wisely, we can reduce waste and promote eco-friendly practices in our own lives. Moreover, prehistoric societies often relied on collaboration. They formed close-knit groups to share knowledge and skills, which enhanced their chances of survival. This concept of community cooperation can inspire modern societies to work together, leveraging diverse talents to solve complex issues such as climate change and social inequality. Additionally, many prehistoric groups maintained a deep knowledge of their environments, understanding animal behaviors, seasonal changes, and plant lore. This deep-rooted knowledge can inform modern approaches to conservation and biodiversity, emphasizing the need for harmony with nature rather than dominance over it. Finally, flexibility and adaptability were essential traits. When conditions changed, successful groups shifted their hunting, gathering, or settlement strategies. This nimbleness is a critical reminder for today's societies facing rapid technological and social transformations. Being open to change and willing to adapt can drive innovation and ensure future resilience. By examining these prehistoric strategies, modern societies can foster sustainable practices, emphasize community, deepen environmental understanding, and cultivate adaptability, all essential for thriving in an increasingly complex world. Collaboration and resource sharing were vital for the survival and growth of prehistoric communities. In an environment where challenges such as finding food, shelter, and safety were constant, working together provided a crucial advantage. Imagine small groups of early humans banding together to increase their chances of success in hunting or gathering. By collaborating, they could strategize, divide tasks, and ultimately gather more resources than any individual could achieve alone. Sharing resources would have fostered a sense of community and trust among members. If one person found a source of food, sharing it could ensure that everyone had enough to eat, especially during harsh times. This mutual support would not only help to sustain individuals, but also strengthen social bonds, leading to more cohesive groups that could better withstand external pressures, such as threats from predators or rival groups. Moreover, collaboration allowed prehistoric peoples to combine their knowledge and skills. Some may have been better at tracking animals, while others excelled at building shelters or making tools. By pooling their diverse talents, these communities could innovate and improve their methods, which resulted in more effective survival strategies. As these skills were shared and taught, the entire group became more adaptable and capable. The ability to work together also extended to developing more complex social structures. As communities grew, resource sharing could lead to trade with neighboring groups, promoting not only survival but also cultural exchange. This sharing of ideas, techniques, and resources helped to lay the foundation for more advanced societies. Collaboration and resource sharing enhanced the resilience and adaptability of prehistoric communities, helping them to thrive in a world full of uncertainties. It created a network of support and innovation that was essential for their success and survival.